Hello everyone, welcome in. I'm Wheelku, joined by McCready, and we are NECC. We're here for a Navigators matchup to start off the stream. And, well, we got some at least decent maps. We know a little bit ahead of time, so I'm not going to spoil it yet, but I'm excited for it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We are approaching towards the end point of the season, but we're not there yet. So obviously these teams, they have a lot to work forward with. At the moment, though, I want to take a look over towards the teams. Let's bring up Clark Red. Let's see what we're working with. Let's see these boys. Cream, cheese, and butter. That is a good set of names.
Got later and rated as well. So it's all very simple. It makes it easy for us, right? And we got sophomores and freshmen there, some computer science majors, but they're all young. They're going to be around for a while, so they have plenty of room to improve. And that is Clark Esports. This is the red team. And then on the other side, we have MSU, right? So Murray State. This is their blue team. Of course, they've always had multiple rosters. Here you'll see some different names. You got Baines, you got Travis, you got that guy Eagle, Curiosity, Amson. Again, kind of some younger guys, just freshmen, but there is the junior in there sneaking their way in, but still going to be around for a little bit. And a biochem on top of it for their major, so that's that's a big boy major.
Are you saying cybersecurity isn't big?
Nah,
online?
That's just too much cyberpunk for me.
All right, yeah. I mean, a lot of people are going up there. But yeah, these are quite young teams. They're teams that are looking to just maybe have a bit of fun, maybe just start their way into that competitive scene. And that's what Navigators is for, isn't it? We're looking to just enjoy ourselves, or at least get that first step into the competitive scene in collegiate, and this is what it's here for. Now, the maps, though, this is where they're going to be doing the actual playing, taking that step, moving forward, having fun. So let's bring up the map videos, Wes. Let's take a look where we're going. And it's going to be quite fun. But it's also going to be quite simple. We're going to go to that clubhouse to start things off, that little bit of bread and butter siege, followed by Bank and oldie but goodie coming back into the map pool, rounded up by Chalet. And I think Chalet is kind of out there for a third map pick.
But I love it. You know, it's a map that's very open. A lot of things can be opened up. It's very favorable for organized attacking teams, but if you're not very organized, you can get lost in the sauce very easily. So I like that. Bank is also pretty open. The only one that's going to be like a lot of corners and a lot of flanking and stuff is going to be mainly club, where you're going to see a lot of vertical pressure coming down. It's not a lot on the second map of Bank, so it's going to be a lot of different styles of play, and that's why they're very different maps. And each team clearly showing what they favor. Clark chose club, so maybe they're going to favor going to a map like that rather than the open one without the vertical pressure like Bank.
Yeah, I mean, I look towards Chalet. I want to talk about that again, and that is a map that you do see, more strategic takes. They are what you tend to lean towards on that map, and if you don't have that, you can fall apart quite easily. It's a simple map if you know what you're doing and know what you want to accomplish, but otherwise you can really struggle with it. So, maybe that's going to trip some of these players up. Maybe that's going to play into it. We're not going to find out. There's only one way, and that's by going through two other maps. So let's start out on our first one, Clubhouse. The operator band's going to come through soon. Maverick taken off the board, and I feel like this doesn't really surprise me when you look at Thatcher. The importance of banning that Thatcher isn't as strong because other operators have that EMP nade. So you go for the Maverick, you can at least bandit trick those walls.
And they'll still ban it anyway.
Yeah, I realize. Yeah.
It's funny, though, because Maverick's pick rate is so low. So it's like, I don't know if it's really worth picking. But again, these are different teams at different levels of the game. So, I mean, what their pick rates and ban rates are all going to be different than maybe what we look at like Pro League or even the top division here, like Legends Division, Champions Division. So it's going to be a little different, these operator bans. But they're following kind of the similar formula that we've had for years now. We got the Thatcher, the Valkyrie, and the Mira out. That does leave Kate on the board, though. But with those pocket EMPs, like you mentioned, if you can at least drone, find where that claw is, that EMP grenade should take her out pretty easily.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That makes a lot more sense now. You see that Maverick ban, MSU Blue going on the defense first. They want that Kate on the board. They want to have these hatches. They have the claw. They do not have to worry about the Maverick. You can always try and maybe even Kate juggle on a hatch or two. But with a Maverick, you can't make that happen. So keep that Electro Claw on the board. They can't use that Blowtorch to put that pressure on you. This makes sense to me. I'm quite happy with this from the side of MSU Blue. How are Carlisle Red going to adapt? Obviously, they're going to have to push this CCTV cache side, want to get that breach open, and then look towards garage or construction. I mean, last week, Wes, we did see teams struggle to really have that second front, so in the Navigator vision, that's what I want to see teams doing. I want to see them thinking about that second step rather than just the first and the last.
What's going to be interesting is seeing the allocation for their resources on the side of Clark Red. You see that they do have the Lion, who does have the pocket EMPs. Knock could also bring them, but that's sacrificing nades, so we'll see if they actually have another set, and they do not, so they have the nades. So there's only one set of the pocket EMPs. One could be used on the wall to try and open up that, but then the other one has to be used on one of these walls near where this ash is actually at the bottom of garage. If they want to push into garage, they need to open that up. They do have the double hard breach, so plenty of opportunity here to get things opened up.
Oh yeah, and starting out the round, we're just going to see very simple stuff happening. We're going to see that ash position down below, getting ready to push up the knock, putting a lot of pressure down towards those red stairs actually, and they're doing so. Amsim not maybe feeling as comfortable. See you able to put some pressure on that garage, making sure that that bridge can go off, and somebody can just move through if need be. But the spot has come through. Curiosity down below in blue. He's going to have the opportunity to do something, just not yet. Things start to slow down, but a little bit of gunfire will go Someone's way. Does a bit of damage and play safe.
Are they giving up rafters that fast? That is so fast.
But they have Curiosity down below. So, yeah, they've ceded garage control, so that's the second step covered already. A little bit more damage going in the way of Cade. They know the Raptors player's there, so Curiosity going to try and make something happen, but it's rotated off? Yeah, they've completely given them garage, so let's see what happens.
That is a lot of control given up. That is a power position that you usually have to work very hard to clear, and they have not held it out. So, Rated, though, might catch the player here lurking down towards the main area, the main door, and that's going to be a kill on a Curiosity. So at least they get the opening kill, and this is going to be really hard now. They've already given up the garage control, the rafters, like we said. Another kill follows. That's Suan dying to later. And now it's just going to be Havoc. They've given up so much control. It's easy site control. They're going to push in, get the kills, and probably get the plant here if they want it. Cream getting the kill on the Amsim. It's going to leave it all up to Travis and that guy Eagle, and Travis is going to fall to later. So that guy Eagle on a 1v5 now.
Yeah, look at all those red stairs as the plant does start to go down. 1 minute left. That's a very fast take coming out from Clark Red in the scheme of things. When you look at Garage being held, well, it makes it so much more difficult for the defenders. The attackers, they have a really good egress onto site, and in doing so, well, that guy is just left outside in construction. The defenders played a very passive game, and NECC isn't a map that lends itself to that anymore. It's a map that you've got to be taking the contestant. You can't just back out. We spoke about the importance of taking garage, of taking construction, and they just kind of gave it away. So that's not really boding very well for this. Although it is only one round, I will cede.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Didn't talk about these teams as far as records go. Clark Red is 4-1, MSU Blue is 3-2. So that does, it's close. It's not that much of a difference, but it does kind of give a small edge to Clark Red. This is also their map choice. So, I mean, just some things to be aware of. Moving on, I mean, that's only round one. We've noticed that they did give away a power position, so we're going to have to watch out for that in the future, see how are they going to play these defenses. Are they going to be a little bit more aggressive? And really, this is a map where you have to buy time. You can peel back slowly to site, you can peel back away from garage, but it has to be later, depending on the bomb site, of course, but it has to be later on. You cannot give it up so early. You mentioned there's still a whole minute left when they got that plant down and it was a 5v1. That's very fast. So MSU Blue, they have to change some things up, buy a little bit more time for themselves.
Yeah, now, coming out to this bottom floor site, this is one they can try and monk it down a little bit on, but with your roamers like Curiosity and Travis, I want to see a little bit of thought process going through behind it. And it is there. They have that logic play, they have the vert, they do have Travis on support, can rotate back very quickly or up very quickly, it all depends. Does have that opportunity on the roam, and the droning coming through will be able to spot the Cade down in dirt. Not really much that can be done about that wall unless you bring that cream around and use the EMP. Question is, are they going to want to use it there? Do they want to go over towards kitchen? Maybe use it on utilities such as the K-Claws or the Mute Jammers down towards site? Well, looks like they're just going to push for kitchen.
Well, they have Hibana and they have hard bridges on the Buck, so that'll be interesting to see how they want to use that. Obviously, you don't want a Buck running in and getting hatch and kitchen because that's very prone to having C4s from below, but that's going to be one of those EMPs coming through. They're going to use the Buck to actually open up dirt, so that makes a lot more sense. So, but it was tricked. They actually got him by throwing a second claw, it looks like, or picking it up and throwing it again. I don't know which one it was, but either way, it worked. That is going to be the hard breach. And yep, double clawing it. So really good job from Suon to take care of that hard breach on the dirt wall, and it's going to keep things closed for now.
Yeah, but suddenly I'm realizing, well, both K-Claws are down in garage, so... Or down in this, or wherever the rest going to be. That means these hatches aren't going to be protected.
Oh.
The C4 comes through, but Amsim's taken off. The mute taken away with halfway left into the round. Now MSU doing much better than last time, but they are defended down. And those hatches are now vulnerable. Curiosity over where you could go for the take, but you can't. G's are going to be able to win that gunfight, and the self-destruction can go through unabated. Travis has to drop down to side, because see you later is on the side looking for this kill. Suwon's able to find one, but that guy Eagle has a second as well, bringing this down to even Stevens. The push comes through from the knock, able to find Travis, gets traded out by Suwon. Eagle adds another one, it's all down to Butter now.
Wow, a 3v5 brought back to a 2v1 now in favor of MSU Blue. What a great job from them, but a little bit of a blunder from Clark. They had an advantage and they've let it fall. Now it's up to Butter to try and bring it back. Plenty of time here, 40 seconds, so we can do a little bit of droning, but they still have to find their way into sight and take some of these 1v1s. There's one of them given to him, but he's not able to land the shots, taking some damage in return, and now these players can hunker down, maybe at a cross angle here and just wait for the drop through hatch, because that is the only avenue. There's not enough time to go down the main stairs. They might try it, but there's really just not enough. There's 15 seconds left, so they're gonna have to just book it. They have the black ice, which is nice, but is it lucky? Can it get them the kills? And so far they're just not gonna have the time. Yeah, they just took too much time here. They might be able to get the 1v1 here, but unfortunately when you're sprinting you can't ADS.
And even if you were able to win out that gunfight, that guy Eagle able to win it out. Say you take out that Jaeger, you push onto site, you don't have any time. The call's been given, they know exactly where you are. Realistically, that hatch was the only way onto site, and going down the main stairs killed it on time. Big thing in that round, maybe a bit of blue pressure. If you have one of your attackers maybe rotate around, maybe see you later would have been great for that. Start dropping down towards that blue position when you start putting pressure on kitchen, when you start dealing with these roamers. You have that player there, you can shut down so much rotation for the defenders. You shut down that freedom of movement, and most importantly, setting up that crossfire for that hatch. That's immediately off the table. Rotate will be able to cover that, so maybe just Clark Red think a little bit about the positioning, the micro positioning in some of these rounds, but overall that's not... Just like that first round, it's not writing on the wall for either team just yet. Both teams played well so far. How are they going to go, though?
A small adjustment I would have liked to see that I was going to mention before is you mentioned they needed to bring the EMP over, and it didn't, like, it worked, but then they Cade Clawed. A way to maybe even prevent that from happening is they had knock with nades, and they didn't even use the nades anyway, so why not throw it through that drone hole in dirt and get the claw off that way? And then you also prevent them from trying to throw a new one or even playing close. So, I mean, just something that they could maybe think about that allocation. If they're not going to use the nades elsewhere, why not use it there to try and clear some of the utility? I mean, there's no ADSs either, so if they had that drone, they saw that. So, just some small adjustments they could have done, because if they had gotten the... Oh, that's an early kill. That's going to be See You Later getting a kill on a Curiosity, opening things up. It's going to be the attackers yet again getting the opening kill. That is now 3 rounds in a row that they've gotten on that opening pick. Back to my point is that they could use that nade instead, and then they could have got that dirt push, and it would have been pretty much what they needed, because those players that got the kill were all sitting by AK rack.
Yeah, and unfortunately didn't work out in their favor the last round, but this is a site that they have won before. See You Later down below in garage yet again. Very little pressure, none at all. However, Suwon is ready for it, does have that shield and does have that angle. A little bit more thought, it seems, coming out from MSU Blue, which I like to see. Clark Red now, having lost that garage control, rated very much aware of the player down below, looks to the gunfight again, finds the head of Travis, and in doing so just compounds that one player advantage for the second time this round. Minute 40 ticking down on the clock, and Clark Red still very tentative about this push, not really sure where they want to go with it.
Well, they have the MPs in the pocket of the line still, and they have the hard breach, so I mean, it's just a matter of when they want to get it done. But get a little bit of drone work in, find where those claws are. You can get this wall opened up pretty easily, but they're just not doing it yet. There's 3 players below, and I understand somewhat why, but if they drone out, they can find where these players are, and they're all near sight. They're not playing rafters again, so like this is again giving up that power position. Easily could take it over if they wanted to, but it's just a matter of if Clark can on a drone and find this information and capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think they do want to open up this breach, and that's something they are sticking towards, but at that 1 minute mark, they have the opportunity for vertical play, but they're not taking it. So the 1 minute mark, you start thinking, okay, what other avenues are we going to take? What other executes are we going to do and still have time for it? For now, you see a player, Cream, down at the bottom of red. Butter's going to get taken down in garage. The C4 doesn't find a frag, but Suwon is very much away with that player. Red stairs, Rated looking for something, finds that guy Eagle, and that means Cream can push up red stairs, finds Suwon. It's all down to Amson rushing towards red stairs, but these players are there, and Cream's able to close things down. They had to decide not to go for that breach, and they did. They got the timings right for that movement, and I think that was where they really won it. That could have been the make or break in that round.
Pretty lucky that they got the kills, I'm gonna be honest, because their diffuser was outside and they did not get that wall open. If that line had died on the stairs there, red stairs instead, that was their EMPs gone and a player down, and then what do? Try and push in through rafters alone? It was a risky gamble. It worked out, but it was a risky thing, and that's just something to keep an eye on. Like, there's definitely room for improvement. So if the other team becomes aware of some of these like makeshift plans that they're making at the end of rounds like that, they could capitalize and win rounds off of it.
Just looking towards this bedroom site now, and very similar lineup coming through for both sides at the moment. You can see they've got that line bringing those EMPs, which realistically, looking at the operator bands, is a pretty good idea. You have that roam cut off with the double scans, you have those EMPs, you have that weapon as well, and you also have that player swapping off the Oster instead, opting for those shields, maybe to get the breach open. But on the side of MSU Blue, I'm liking Amson bringing in this castle, but there's not a lot more flexibility coming out. It's a different lineup, don't get me wrong, but it's one that I'm not really seeing much impact from. Definitely much better suited towards the site when you look towards castle going off the rotates, Echo with those yokai drones, and the Capcan just making life very difficult for Clark Red.
Oh, they got the Asa or Osa, depending on how many people want to say it, but the shields are going to be in play, so that'll be helpful with getting a take. The thing is, it also can be put on windows where those castle barricades are and instantly take care of the castle barricade, so if you didn't have the sledge near, you can also use these shields in replacement of it. But also just get rid of regular barricades just like that we see on the construction window. But that's going to be highway blocked off, somewhat at least. We'll see if they're going to be aware. They are getting some hard breach onto the CC area, and that is going to be a very dangerous spot for the attackers, because that's oftentimes where a peek will come through the window here. It's a little low. We'll see if they're able to make it through, and they do. So Rated doing some limbo there, making their way in, and they're not contesting over here at all. So they're giving complete ground up. Again, a little criticism of MSU Blue. They just don't contest the map very well, and that's going to leave a lot of time on the table for Clark Red.
Yeah, a lot of teams, they look at this site and they look at it as a tier defense, with Suwon being able to find that C4 kill. Gets the player outside the breach, and the diffuser, that's still over towards construction cash side. Half the round ticking down now, and the place in is all that stands between that access onto site. The roam is coming through. The question is the flank watch there. See you later, pushing onto site, will find that frag. Suwon has an answer. However, Travis, I don't think they know Travis is there. Maybe they do.
Which he seems to be watching.
Yeah. Well, maybe they do know. Yes, that frag comes through. Eagle has an answer, finds that pick, and the diffuser goes down onto the ground. The yokai drone's feeding that constant information. The defenders, they can just focus entirely over towards construction. They realize, well, they don't have anyone on breach. If they did, we'd feel that pressure by now. 1 minute left, and the push has to come through. Rated, gonna want to go to that window. Can see over towards Logi, but you've got to take that gunfight. You've got to win it out, or you've got to go to the hatch and drop in. Right now, this defense... Yeah, construction, it's isolating the attackers very nicely.
That wasn't opened earlier? Oh, that's going to give away the sound cue. Now they're going to know that they're on that hatch. So if that was opened earlier, that guy, maybe he wasn't even going to play there, for one. But even if they had, then that's going to drop down from behind. But now the sound cue is going to give away the positioning, and they know exactly where the last two players are going to be. All they have to do now is play time. That's not going to even nick this player. That guy, Eagle, is just going to be able to play in that position. Looks like they're relocating both players. She's going to drop down on the highway area, and, well, that Alistair Shield's going to block them from even dropping. The drop down from Reddy is going to take the 1v1. Does win out, so that guy, Eagle, dies, but they have 8 seconds to get in and try and get this plant down. It's going to be on the back of these last two players. One's looking the wrong way. The other is off-site. Rated has to go for the plant. It's all up to Curiosity. Can he get the right positioning here? He sees them both, and they line up. What a nice double kill.
Oh, the plant on the shield. It just didn't work out. The shield angle just wasn't there for the attackers. And it was a close one, Wes. I mean, look at all that construction. Things really start to fall apart for the side of Clark Red. They slowed down, they stalled out. They, like you said, they gave the information to the defender of that guy, Eagle. The drop did come through. The Ash was able to win the gunfight, but realistically, in that situation, you had Ace run all the way to the hatch, then run all the way back to the window to try and jump in. Very, very...
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I want to say uneconomical use of time. I want to be constructive as well as critical, but a lot of time went because of that decision, and then you had to just get very aggressive. Rated finding that pick was huge, but the Capcan trap slowed things down, and at that amount of time, that was painful. That was absolutely horrible to watch it. Rated just doing that little check every single second, pushing through. Very well played by Curiosity, holding that 9th position with Bathroom, allowed that potential to rotate, so Rated couldn't go for the plant on the door, couldn't realistically go for the plant on the shield. A swing like we saw into Bathroom, a swing into Jim, could have ended everything. But back to that bottom floor, and we are even Stevens with the score, 2-2.
Both teams are doing things well and some room for improvement, so I'll break that down a little bit right now. The information game on both sides is good. The flank watch has been excellent from Clark Red. They have capitalized on getting kills when people are trying to flank them like every single round, but they oftentimes are missing like a second step. When things don't go right, they don't try and correct it. They just move on and do a singular push. We just saw that last time with the Jacuzzi wall, yeah, and that's a lot of damage on the Suwon, so that is the drone hole I mentioned before coming into play. So they're utilizing it now. Maybe they will throw a nade in here. Yep, it looks like they're getting ready to do so. So they're going to make that adjustment I had mentioned before, possibly here. Get rid of that Cade Claw. But the information game's been good. They just need to worry about a second point of attack being a priority. They can't just leave it dead if it doesn't work the first time through. Here it is, the second point of entry through dirt. This time it should come through. I think that Cade Claw won't get it. Yep. So now that dirt will be open, this will be a lot different than that first time that they attempted this bomb site.
Yeah, this is much better. The dirt hatch is open. The kitchen hatch is open. Cream's able to find that opening. Pick takes out Eagle. That roaming presence taken off the board. Suddenly, you look over towards some of these defenders. They're mainly looking to hold that site. Steve Rip does come through, but Butters holding the angle. Very nice pick to take Kate off the board. Top fragger for the side of MSU Blue at the moment. Joint with Eagle. Now 3 defenders make that 2. Sat on site as Cream gets 1, but Amsing takes the refrag. And suddenly Cream has to push forward, try to get that play, but the shots aren't landing. Where are these line scans? Maybe bring one in if you're going for that push. And as the drop from Cheese comes through, finding a kill, that scan will follow. They know the player's in, AK, the damage comes through, and Cheese is able to take it. And I think we just pretend that we saw Cheese throughout all of that, yeah?
Cheese is all the one at bottom main. I think it was Cream who was missing the shots in the line. But
yeah, we were watching Cheese
we
the
don't
whole
talk
time.
about it.
Yeah, we saw Cheese push down those main stairs, find that first pick, find that second.
Yeah.
Ultimately, though, very good pressure coming through. I mean, you can't criticize the amount of pressure that Cream applied and allowed the rest of the team to push through with.
And that's why that second point of entry, you can't just drop hatch, right? You have to have another avenue. That's why dirt is so important. We saw it fall apart. They all dropped. It was 5v3 the first time. They lost still because they didn't have that second avenue. This time, they get it open up, and so much of a different round that you can't even compare the two. On the other side, I was going to talk about MSU Blue and what they're doing well. What they're doing well is also acting on information. You saw the Echo drone feeding information. They're able to win that gym bedroom site because of it. But the thing that they are lacking on their side is they don't extend out very well. They don't slow down the push. Clark Red seems to have a lot of time. The only time that they've won with time benefiting them has been when the second point of entry has been killed, like Jacuzzi or dirt being denied. Those are the times when they've been able to win because they're forcing Clark Red to funnel through. So that works sometimes, but you can't rely on that. That doesn't always, there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. So they really need to put some more pressure on those entries and slow down the push. Don't give them so much time early on in the round.
I think when I first glanced at this, they're coming back to this bottom floor site. Well, Cheese is going to get that opening kill again. Eagle getting a little bit maybe too eager to take these gunfights. I mean, I look towards this bottom floor site and I say, well, they've just lost it on the defense. Why are they going here again? Well, we've just seen between the space of this round and the last time we were here, very good adaptation, very, very quickly from Clark Red. In doing so, they were able to get this dirt open, what they might not be able to just yet with that K-Claw going down. There can be a lot said for the adaptation of Clark Red at the moment, so going back to Gym Bedroom might not be the play. Now, focusing over towards this round, that dirt tunnel will get opened up and Suwon pushed back just a little bit, but yeah, it's all about taking time.
That
The
angle's
gunfire
bad.
will come through, spotted on the camera, Cream taken off the board, the big pressure play from that last round.
As soon as I saw him throw that drone, I'm like, can we see through that hole that was just made? And that's exactly what happens. So that's why you got to make sure your positioning is pristine when you're throwing those drones. That's why you don't want to sit in the middle of the window. You want to drop down a little bit. That's right below them. Perfect. C4 from Amson on the butter. That's going to now give the man advantage to MSU Blue. They're trying to lock it out to get even half, but still, it's only halfway through this round. So there's more time for Clark Red to make things happen. They have to be very careful. But from above, you can see the lurking defender could have the perfect flank here. But we have seen Clark Red have really good flank camps, been able to kill these flankers. So that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, a lot of energy coming through for both teams at the moment. See you later, on scale. That aggression finds the header dock and opens things up into that moto position. Blue still does not have that player, so they have to be careful of the flank.
Attackers have located
The
a bomb.
curiosity might be able to catch.
Come on,
Cheese
go faster.
rotating
not
over towards
no.
kitchen, rated, and might have something to do as Cheese is able to push through. Curiosity could end everything right now, finds the kill onto Rated, and in doing so has that vertical control. The attackers, the balance is swung. But See You Later has something to say about finding one with Cheese getting the second. Curiosity over towards Garage is looking for that rotate over towards Blue. But See You Later's taken up that position. 30 seconds ticking down. See You Later hasn't got all those rounds in the magazine, neither does Cheese. They do have that positioning. The gunfire comes through, it doesn't find a kill. Yeah, it's gonna be there as See You Later drops to the floor, but 30 seconds left. Then they know where you're coming from. Curiosity, this has to be it. Gunfire comes through, he gets it! And that's going to be another round for MSU Blue, going 3-3 into the split. And what a round to win, Wes.
What a round to win is indeed, because I really thought that they had kind of messed it up. I'm not going to lie. That flank, I thought they'd prioritized the wrong area. I thought you have two players coming down. You have only one person on hatch. That's an easy protection for those players already in sight. They can watch hatch really easily. They're going to be more in danger from the moto / bottom main stairs because no one's really watching that very well. So I thought they could have prioritized a different position. But hey, you know what? If it works, it works. And in this case, he made it work. He gets that kill above and then gets to focus on those last two players in sight. Both of his team is dead. 1v2, clutches it out. So really good job. Evens it up. Now we're going to switch sides. We'll see what MSU Blue can now do on their attack.
Yeah, I feel like post-blend positioning, that's a huge part to take away from that last round, and something that MSU Blue, they're going to need to take full advantage of in this round. So, just to explain a little bit, last round we saw that Rated push forward and was in that blue position, but maybe playing over towards AKs could have caused a much bigger headache for that attacker, for that defender. Going back to CCTV and Cash, it's Garage that I want to look at. I want to see how MSU Blue attack this now, having ceded control so quickly, so regularly. How are these Romans going to play out, and how are they going to deal with Clark Red how are Clark Red going to deal with MSU Blue? Maybe not getting these breaches open, maybe going for more unorthodox approaches.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Oh, it's going to be
the bomb.
CC Cash for the first defense. It's a very interesting lineup here from both sides. A little different than what we've seen. We got the Flores being brought. I don't think he's been brought up until this point. And then, of course, the OSA is being brought, but it was on a different bomb site last time. And then Normed. So, I mean, maybe they're worried about runoff or something. You don't see the flank watch being brought all that often, especially now you get 2 Claymores on each person who chooses a Claymore. You get 2 instead of 1. So, I mean, that's a lot of utility they could use with different gadgets that might be more useful than the Nomad. But we'll see how it pays off. I already got the wall opened up at least. These Asa shields are going to be staring at another shield inside. So, which shield will last longer? At least Asa does have a second in pocket. So, they can move in, see what's going on, but if they have to be aware of this Raptors position. This is why you need to clear it out, because that crossing goes dangerous.
Yeah, and in doing so, Cream can play a lot more aggressively, a lot closer towards that radar door, and doesn't have that pressure on Raptors. You can see if Cheese was to fall, suddenly that player would have to back up. Cream wouldn't have that comfort. That angle would be used against them. Right now, though, Cream could just watch Breach, so MSU Blue, they need to pay that attention over towards Garage, take Cheese out one way or another. Looks like we might be trying to deal with construction side. Suwon trying to go on a roam clear, but not much support from the rest of the team. A bit of a deadlock here for MSU Blue.
Yeah, what's the next step, right? That's why we're talking about that Raptors position. They're playing it hardcore here. Suan does get the kill, and to see you later. That's the top fragger of the enemy team dead. So, I mean, that's a good kill. And so, but it's just a vigil. They don't have a lot of gadgetry that's going to really stop you here. It's really the smoke, the C4s, even this Azami locked down in the Raptors position. She's going to be someone you need to really clear out. And so far, they have not allocated anything towards that. So, yes, you have a man advantage, but you have no positioning. There's no power in your position so far. Sephora on the backside here in construction. Suan could be the menace on the backside.
Yeah, but Butter's going to be doing their due diligence, watching that flank and takes that kill and evens things out. But the defenders, they do have that time. That is that sixth defender, and it is going to be coming in huge as we approach that 45-second mark. Maybe not, but the big thing is they are still being pressured. No attackers over towards that garage and construction side. Cream can just play it safe. All right, smoke canister's gone. Don't have any more left, but do have the player on rafters. Cheese and Cream here can cause a massive problem, but it's going to be Travis finding the rafters kill. That could be huge. There's no C4 in pockets, however. But there is actually rated. I take that mistake back. The plant, the audio goes down, rated. They know the C4 goes up. It's going to find its mark. And Curiosity has to go and try and get that diffuser down, but it's not going to happen. The defenders pushing up red. Find Curiosity. Time coming into play. With the diffuser in no man's land, they push construction. They push the breach, but it's just not there for the side of MSU Blue.
Clark Red going to win out on time. That's the C4 coming into play. The Osa trying to relocate, but they push right into the hands of Rated at the top of Red, who just got that C4 kill, pushes up Red, gets the second kill, shuts down the round right there and then. No more time for MSU Blue. They had taken too long. They didn't clear out the positions. They didn't have anyone watching below. And that's why you saw Rated when Clark Red was on attack, playing below. It was to watch out for the flanks, but not just the flanks to try and like go upstairs or go through garage. It's the flanks with the C4 in pocket. I was going to mention this before. That site is very prone to grenades from below, but it works just as well for the defenders to use the C4s.
Yeah, but if you have that player nearby, they can essentially shut it all down. I mean, you go for that flank, you're aware, even if you have a flank camera just saying, okay, well, they had a C4 down below, don't plant default. If you can make that happen, if you just have that little bit of information, that can change the entire state around. Like we saw then, the attackers scrambling, like you said, trying to get that diffuser, trying to get that plant down, but it just wasn't going to happen. Coming back down to this bottom floor site, Clark Red on the defense. I want to see a bit more roaming come through with the Malusi on the board alongside the Jaeger. I feel like that really can happen. I mean, these two players, they do kind of lend themselves into a lot of team play, and they have the bulletproof cameras, so two cameras, normally you expect to find one, so bringing those on the board has that little bit of information, could be used maybe to see either a plank coming down or to hold one of these angles or one of these hallways that you might be seeing them run down. Is it going to happen? Are we going to see a player on the roam? Not at the moment, though.
Got two bulletproofs, which is interesting. You don't see that super often, but they are a really powerful gadget, so I mean, I can't blame them for it. There's only one C4 in pocket, that is the Cade. And they're going to have an opportunity here. If you look at the lineup, there is only the hard breach gadget of Buck. That is it. There's no Hibana. So the safety of trying to open up kitchen hatch is not going to be there. They are very prone to getting slammed from below. So if Cade can just land that C4 right on that Buck, it's done. They have no avenues except for what's already available, which is the doorways and bottom of stairs. That's it. So, and even dirt would be hard if they don't open that up. So we're going to have to see what MSU Blue do here.
Well, the big thing I'm looking at as well, Cheese has got those impact nades in pocket, and in doing so can keep that kitchen hatch open, just shut a little bit longer. In my eyes, MSU Blue, you want to go for maybe stock or maybe moto. In this situation, I'd look towards stock with the positioning of your attackers. They're going on that roam clear. They are looking to do their due diligence, make sure every little nook and cranny has been checked. They are ready, because Curiosity, we sort of loved that roam game, loved hiding out. And it's one of those where you find teams, if they play a certain playstyle, they're going to expect very similar playstyles coming through from the team, especially at this level. That's something I've noticed. Clearing out that main lobby, it looks like they do want to go for the Moto main push. But like you say, 1K Claw, that could just make life so difficult for the attackers, and they might just say to bin it off.
Yeah, there it comes. If they see 4 from below right now, Cade could get him. Is he going to throw it? We're still waiting. He's still waiting. The Cade Claw does do what you said. It denies it. And that's going to make it so now, what are they going to do? The EMPs did not work out for them. Both of them were used. So what can they do? Well, Amson can get a kill on to See You Later, so that's going to open things up for them. But now, again, they're going to be having to funnel through Suan, going to get the kill on the Cheese, so maybe they'll make it work despite the disadvantage strategically. They're making the gunfight still come out.
Yes, now that guy Eagle pushed into a very bad situation. Without this Heart Breach, we're seeing the point-and-click adventure game of FPS Siege coming through. Travis able to find another pick. It is all down to Rated off the back of these players taking the gunfights, and that's exactly how Suwon's going to close down this round. Holding that angle, looking for these defenders, trying to get aggressive. Honestly, I mean, there's highs and lows to that round, but at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to the gunplay that won it out for MSU Blue and keeps us toe-to-toe. I want to see a little bit more focus on Heart Breach, though. You can't be relying on frags like those to bring things up every single time. We saw Amson was able to find a kill on where Curiosity was sitting. So this is the kind of area I'm saying, well, maybe not all these kills are free of luck. You might want to be a bit more careful. You might want to make sure that you do commit to getting these hatches open. You are able to, even if it's just bucking that floor before you go for that Heart Breach. But some of these key positions you know the defenders could be sitting in.
Or Sledge. I mean, they have both, and they didn't do it. That's something I was going to mention. They didn't do that. So guess what? All they had to do was have someone play in the back of B here towards main stairs, and have like some feet holes looking towards main, and have someone crossfired with Moto. They didn't get Moto hatch either from what I saw. And then you have the crossfire of death. Like they have to push down through main stairs, which was what they did last time. So Clark Red really, had they just played it slightly better, they could have won that round very easily because they would have funneled right into them. But they just didn't have the crossfires. They just didn't have the right positioning. As soon as you shut down that hatch being opened up, they have no hatches open. They have no vertical play on you. They didn't open the ceiling above you. You got to understand what the prime positions are and where you can sit to just let them come to you and win the round on time. Or just, you know, funneling death.
Yeah, towards the end of the round, we saw some of these defenders getting a little bit antsy, a little bit uncomfortable. That's when they started to try and make something happen. They tried to pop out. They tried to take gunfights, and because they were acting more out of reaction rather than being proactive. That's where the attackers were able to take advantage of it. They were ready for these gunfights. And yet again, MSU Blue, they are going to be looking for this roam clear. It's not something Clark Red are going to indulge them in realistically, though. But you've got to give props. MSU, they're not doing anything bad. They're being careful. They're just making sure. Well, you didn't roam last time, you might be roaming this time just to catch us off guard, so let's just be careful.
It's great to have the bodies in the building already, but, I mean, it's kind of dangerous to do this. So, a drone is faster, too, technically speaking. So, moving in, then droning would have been fine. Or droning for the person is still better, I think, than taking the OSA shield and peeking those corners, because then they might be hiding in a different corner and you're looking the wrong way. I mean, it just little things like that. It's not a big deal here. They're not contesting you at all. But again, had you just droned a little bit, you would have known that. You would have already been, you know, opening hatches like they are now. I mean, they still have plenty of time. It's great. But just small little things that they can improve on. Like, they didn't roam at all last time. Try and take that information and run with it.
Thank the Lord. They've gone for the Moto hatch this time. It's one that can't be susceptible to those C4s. It can't be impact nated, so it was a much easier time, you can see. No K-claws on that hatch as well. You can see Clark Red, they are focusing very heavily towards that kitchen side with them. Not going to really be using them at all, though. A couple of explosives will go off, but nothing really of consequence. That 1 minute mark, all 10 players left in the lobby, and that means one thing, Wes. It is going to be a bloodbath when this does inevitably kick off the player over towards Blue Cheese. It's going to be so important. You can rotate around to Rated, or you can hold the angle over towards Moto for that drop. You have to be very careful. See You Later, going to be the first to fall, will be taken away by Suwon playing on that hatch. Rated taking the damage, has to try and just stay alive rather than contest that hatch. It's not a gunfight you're going to win. The C4 goes off, doesn't find its mark. The smoke goes over towards main stairs, pushes Curiosity out up against the triple wall. But Cream hits reinforced, they're unable to take it. The push comes through from Blue, finding a player, but the refrag is there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rated is just going to get dropped, and now it's up to Butter and Cream. So, two names that go pretty well together, but can they get the kills? That's going to be a nice pop-up from behind, and then the planter has to get off of it. That's going to be Butter forcing them off, but they have no time, so the cover has to come from Amson. They have to stick this plant now. Are the double team of the Butter and Cream going to get it done? Well, they have to get it done in the post plant because the plant has gone through now, and the Oscar Shield is a menace for them. Cream gonna have to relocate around, try and get the pinch in tandem with Butter. They push up, can't get the kills though. Amsim off of the shield, getting that kill. While Air Jab is going to slow down Cream, now they're in the 1v2. It ain't going to happen. Amsim shuts it down. MSU Blue take another round.
Yeah, I mean, Butters and Cream, I'd say they had the kind of fundamentals there. They did have a good idea of how they wanted to retake that, but it just didn't come out the right way. I mean, Eagle, unfortunately, wasn't able to win that gunfight on the shield. There's not much you could do about that. But Butters, when they went over towards Moto, the Air Jab caught them off guard, and that's when the double peak was able to come through, I think. Maybe if we saw Butters just waiting a little bit, just holding that situation, wait until Cream is ready to push through, you go for that double peak. Suddenly, there's only one person peeking Cream rather than the two players. Ultimately, that was a really good wastage of time from Clark Red, but the usage of it started to fall off. The smoke forced out that guy Eagle. So they said, okay, well, I'm going to go towards Moto. We're going to look towards this plant, get a player to drop Moto with me. They had that support because of it. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of late roam coming through on that round.
Yeah, something, right? Something different. They didn't change it up at all. And this time, you saw the MSU got opened up the hatches that they wanted. They had Kitchen and Moto opened up, which also makes you question what they were doing with Kitchen Hatch, because again, it was only the Buck. So C4 from below, you mentioned they had impacts. The Lucy had impacts, or could have had impacts instead of the bulletproof. He could have impact tricked the hatch to deny it, and they just didn't do it. So they kind of gave up a lot of ground early. They weren't contesting it with the roam, and they let them get the hatches up. It's just a recipe for disaster at that point.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it is what it is. We are going to be returning to Cash CCTV. MSU Blue, they're going to want to be taking this round. If they take this round, obviously that's match point. Obviously, that's a really good situation to start off in, and if I'm not mistaken, this is Clark Red's pick as well. So if you take that, you have a really good start when you look towards Bank. Now that breach is starting to open up, that Osa shield there in support as well. My problem is we might find a similar situation with these defenders. They might have that crossfire. There isn't any pressure over towards Garage at the moment, but it looks like they might be looking towards construction side, or maybe at least down below.
They won this site last time on time, so remember that the player in Rafters is important. It bought a lot of time. They had to push in last second. The C4 from below caught them off guard, and bam, it was their own pretty much done from there. So Clark Red, they can just, kind of play it the same way, and an opening kill is going to help a lot. See you later. They've been a little quiet. They were the top frag on their team, still are, but they've died pretty consistently the last couple of rounds, and now they're going to open it up this round, starting to finally catch back on fire. They cooled down, but it is back on top for them. 2 kills left on this round.
Yeah, and now suddenly MSU Blue, their 3 attackers not putting any pressure on that second front. It means Clark Red, they can focus entirely over towards that breach. The flank cameras, the flank angles being held, that garage door being watched, and the breach as well. But just look at the defenders' positions here. You've got Rated in construction just as a backup. Don't really need that player over towards there, but you have Rated there just in case that late round flank decides to come through. Rafters and radar door is going to be the big problem, and that's before you even look towards Red. Curiosity pushes through, gets K-Clawed. The shield starts to go down, but the call's going to be there as well. Amsim gets taken down, but See You Later is able to find the kill onto Curiosity. They're 3rd in this round. And now Travis all alone down below, holding that garage door. Actually, going for the revive. They have rotated around. 2 versus 5, 39 seconds left to try and get that match point. It's not going to happen, but it's finding that kill. And now it's all down to Travis outside on the breach.
1v5, I mean, it's pretty much done. It's 30 seconds remaining. I mean, it's just a matter of time until this round ends, whether it's on time itself or this player gets peeked out and gets killed. It doesn't really matter. Clark Red should have another round here, and it'll be 5 apiece. But we've seen them win this bomb site, but they went downstairs twice and lost. So we have to see Clark Red make some adjustments. That's going to be a double kill from Travis, so great for them, but they literally have no time here. They have to run in, try and get 3 kills in like no time at all. And See You Later, they're going to add a 4th to their tally as they clean up the round.
Kind of clean there with that little cheeky little double kill coming through, but See You Later is the operator I just want to call out beautifully. We saw Suwon taken off the board almost immediately. We saw the IQ taken away on main stairs as well. MSU Blue, they did have that presence for that second front of attack, but it was just nipped in the bud. A very good roam coming out from See You Later, able to find those two players. Because you take Sue on, immediately that IQ is getting the call of, okay, we need to try and get this free frag. How are we going to make it happen? Well, See You Later, they were just ready for it. Maybe a little bit of audio was given and you look towards that position, but doing that shuts everything down. While MSU Blue, they could have rotated around. They hadn't made any real gains towards the site or towards Garage to fully commit towards that, and as soon as defenders get back to site, that's pretty much it. I mean, they just look towards that breach. MSU Blue, I'm not going to lie, I feel like maybe moving forward you would like to have some contingencies in place, maybe rehearse what happens when things go wrong, because they were kind of deer in headlights, weren't they?
Both teams, really, on their attacks, right? When they've lost that second push, hasn't worked out for them. They've just been able to do nothing with it. So something to keep an eye on for both teams moving forward is, can they make like half-time adjustments through a round where things don't go well? Can you readjust, reposition yourself, try different avenues quick? And that's something that will come with experience. I do like that Clark are not going back downstairs. They lost twice. They did not seem to favor going for a roam game. And that is going to be a better strategy on this bomb site gym bedroom. If you're not going to roam down below, it typically hasn't worked out very well. So if you're going to hunker down, this is definitely a better site for it.
Yeah, I quite like this site actually. I know it's not really that hot take, but you know, when you looked over towards the old days of Cash Supremacy, I did enjoy a little bit of this site, especially when things wouldn't go well over towards there. Now, Rated has that Mozzie Pest looking towards that drone hole, maybe just to stop any Twitch drones that might be coming through, which they won't be, but also stop some information coming through. Just takes away at least one drone, and in this game, that one drone has been a huge impact sometimes. So when that drone's on the board, rounds have gone the way of the attack, and when the drone's not on the board, it's gone the way of the defense. But speaking of the attackers, they really are wasting no time pushing forward towards bathroom.
Oh no.
The C4 goes out, but it's on the one side. Cheese with the shotgun doesn't find the hit. But the gym window player is there at least, able to just provide that little bit of support, and nobody over towards CC can put the pressure on them. Cheese being called out, tries to get a kill, finds a thermite. Rated's able to find Curiosity as well. Two players to start things off in the second half of this round.
The Mossberg shotgun coming in clutch in the hands of Cheese, and now they have to try and recover this diffuser that was also going to be dropped. That's your Osa shield's gone. Just not the best usage, I would say, getting up close and personal like that with the shotgun in your face. You have a shield, yes, but you're also taking so much time. They're just staring at that player, so that's going to be an easy kill. They peek right into another kill for Butter. See you later. In the meantime, get kill into that guy, Eagle, and is all up to Amson, who's getting harassed from behind. Looks like CCTV window towards Highway. They've dropped down. It's a 1v5 yet again. We saw this last round. I think we know how this one plays out.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look very good for the side of MSU Blue. Clark Red, however, looking very, very confident to go to the match point, and I think this is where we have a little conversation about logistics and why maybe that's the second front that you want to take, while Amson will take the head off Rated. Logistics, it takes the burn a little bit off that jacuzzi wall, off that window, and in doing so, it shuts down the rotation. We saw construction and how covering that from logistics is able to slow down around completely last time. But then, in the flip side, it's able to cut down that rotation, stops the players from coming through, and yeah, that's going to be the drop caught and taken out, and that's going to be Clark Red on match point on Clubhouse.
Silver lining here for MSU Blue is that they know that Clark Red is left now with the options between bar and basement, and you know they're probably not going to go bar, so you at least now get to attack a site that you've won 2 times now.
Never 100% certain. You never know what's going to happen, Wes.
You know, I'm just gonna say most teams are not prepared to play bar,
okay,
and I think it does require a lot of coordination compared to the other sites. And we've seen that they don't even like to roam, and that is a site that you have to basically have everyone roaming around.
Well, yeah, I feel like the logic there definitely sound, but you clearly have not played competitive with our producer Peak. He, last thing they'll expect bar or basement. Oh, we're going bar. You better believe it, boy. And yeah, somehow we still win games. Really not sure how that works out. But, like you say, this is a team that don't really enjoy their roaming, so a site like Bar isn't really for it. MSU Blue coming back to the site. That kitchen hatch, that dirt work, that's incredible. I'm really happy with how quickly they're getting on with that. That roam clear, like you said, could be sped up a bit, but the zeros on the board, so flank watch cameras can come through. I want to see a little bit of earlier blue pressure. If that comes through, this final execute onto side through main stairs and maybe Moto, like we saw last time, that can be sped up. That can be so much easier. You don't have to make life as hard on yourself as it was.
I want to see Peek in the lobby. Let's get him in there. Rally
Super
these
sub.
boys. Yeah, super sub. Let's get him in there. He'll get him roaming. He'll tell him what to do. Go hide in this corner. Be a rat. Anyway, we're gonna see them going for the side again. They haven't really adjusted too much. They do have impacts, but they've used 3 of them. So they only have 1 left unrated, who is up here roaming and trying to contest with Later. See you later. Who gets slammed from construction window. That's going to answer him with the opening kill. Rated going to tuck their tail and run, as they know that they are being harassed by an OSA shield and different avenues from different windows and from behind. And now Jordan's going to find them out as well. So where are they going to go? They're going to go right back up into the arms of these attackers.
Yeah, and the OSA shield will be called down, but it's being held, so it can't be broken in the hands. And Amsim jumping in is able to find the kill, and suddenly MSU Blue, they are hopping on the heels of a match point in overtime. Most importantly, Wes. Now, the rest of Clark Red, they have no choice but to defend. Now, you need to have 3 people on this side if you want to have that comfortable defense and a good shot. Zero coming through, while could bring those hard breach gadgets and open up that stock hatches often to the claymores instead. Both of these teams here on the attack not really opting for much of those claymores, that second utility coming through, so I'm not really sure why you wouldn't be using it. Why you wouldn't bring that secondary hard breach just for that hatch. But I digress. Anyway, the drop comes through from Suon. Cheese is aware of this. The call has come from Butter, and suddenly the pressure is applied from Blue. The defender, aware of this, can potentially make something happen. The shield goes down. I don't think Cheese knows, Wes. They could stop it. They could end it all right now. The plan starts and suddenly Cheese will turn. Butter given that information, but the kill comes through from Suon. The coverage is perfect on this position. Suon finding another one. It's all down to Cream, a C4 in pocket, but it's not going to be enough. You're going to have to win this on a lot more than just 1 C4. And you're going to start things off with Travis. Has to look towards Blue for that second player. Does the damage, doesn't find the kill. But the crossfire is going to come through, and Amsim's going to push us all the way to overtime.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, it's 3v5, so it's already a hard situation. But like you mentioned, Cheese, I believe it was, in Blue and Generator. They peaked the rotation when the wall to the far left that had the greatest angle towards Memo or Moto was, it was soft. So they just had to shoot through it. They didn't even have to, like, I know you can't see, but you kind of have to go through, you have to go for the blind shots, because just peeking through that is exactly where they're going to be watching. They're going to watch for that rotate through Blue, and that's exactly what happened. They peek right into the lines of sight for that that attacker who was covering the plant. So you have to throw them off by shooting through soft walls and stuff. Like we just got to see some of those experienced plays. I feel like they're playing very basic Siege, and that's fine. But you know, the finer details are going to be who can make those experienced plays to like catch them off guard, find a cheeky angle, things like that.
Well, yeah, like you said, they were too comfortable in that situation. I mean, Suon holding that rotate, Curiosity playing it safe behind that shield, ready for a plant. Now, returning to overtime, getting back in this situation, MSU Blue, this is a much harder position to be in. CCTV, Gym Bedroom, those sites have just opened up. They're going to have to attack first. And I feel like Clark Red on the defense, especially on these sites, have been in the driving seat for most of these rounds. Unless MSU get that opening pick, I feel like this game's very dependent on opening picks to find the round, and it's been very back and forth. But Clark Red have definitely been more in the driver's seat on the defense on these sites. See You Later could deliver a massive performance again and pick up that first round. We're not exactly sure, but we're only going to find out one way. How are MSU Blue going to go for this round clear?
Well, back on the attack, and they had 1 downstairs 3 times. So we'll see how they can adjust now to attacking a different site, right? That hasn't really worked out for them. And there's going to be See You Later on the roam again. He got a double last time on this bomb site. And he's going to try and contest with the OC shield. And not getting as much luck, but a lot of damage done to Amsim, who was a pain last round. Got a 3K. So, I mean, that's really good. Oh, he gets the shot onto him, gets the head. and that's getting Anson off the board. That is also utility gone. I don't think they placed any of their air jabs yet.
No, they had not. And the rotate coming in beautifully. That guy Eagle unable to catch the head of a rated. See you later. Has the opportunity to drop, but is aware that the pings are coming through. The info is there as well, and suddenly forced into the waiting arms of Suwon. Isn't going to be going there just yet. Finds a kill onto Curiosity. And now 3 versus 4. That goes to the contest onto Jim Window, but the diffuser's down. They'd have to push you. Suwon's going to finish off that kill for See you later. And now a 3 versus 3. Time ticking down, but that breach is open. Construction is that second front of the push that we were looking to see. But how is it going to work out? How are we going to see this Thermite having that impact? They're going to have to wait until the rest of the attack are able to push forward. Cream doing that little bit of damage. It's not enough. And Travis finds that kill.
That was unfortunate for the smoke. The bullets were like the angle. He was holding it at an angle, so it's not going to be a straight up and down recoil. So they thought that they had him there, and that's a nice shot from Butter, at least to even things back up. You have Cheese playing Rafters, so these are 2 pretty good positions to try and deny this. The Raptors player really needs to focus on this doorway of Construction, who just got a kill, but they're not in the right position. They're over on the window. Now it's a 1v2 that they have to try and clutch through. They're not watching their rotate in through the window. Can they get the kill? That is 1. Now a 1v1 post-plant situation for Cheese. They have the Azami, but they do not have impacts on them. They had barbed wire attached, so they're going to have to just go for a straight gunfight here, and they maybe see the body on the other side of the cash box, but so far, oh, yep, they just saw the hammer in the air. Now they have to go for the ring around the Rosie, and they get the kill. Now Clark Red are going to be up 7-6.
Oh, just close. That's all I can say at that. Couple of nades in the pocket there for Suwon, and that could have really changed things around. I mean, even the post plant, yet again, I would like to see if there's a little bit more time, maybe another player on the board, maybe Travis still on that breach. I would love to see that plant go down and then moving over towards either Red Stairs or Construction, preferably Construction, because you have that audio cue, you have those grenades, you can cause a big amount of hell in that post plant. Unfortunately, that's not what we saw. We did see the defense having to get close, having to get up in that gunfight, and it was not going to be the Sledge winning it, unfortunately. Very well played from the attack to actually bring it back as well, and keep it going with the momentum in that round. I feel like that was good coming out from MSU Blue, but Clark Red was just a little bit better. Bringing it back down to 1 versus 1, very nicely done as well.
I'm trying to think back, because this is the first half, so, you know, I'm old, my memory isn't the greatest. I'm starting to get dementia, but I think that MSU Blue went 1 out of 3 on this bomb site on defense. I feel like they lost it 2 times. So, interesting choice to go back here, as especially after they gave up dirt control. That's when they get hurt. So that'll be the key factor for me. Can Suwon actually hold this a little bit better? And it's a very hard job to ask, because they're not giving them any ADSs to protect that drone hole either.
I've noticed that MSU Blue, they gave up dirt very quickly in their defense, but on the attack it was pretty much a staple. They had to get it open, they had to put that pressure on. They wouldn't do anything else. But on the defense, it pulled off pretty quickly, just like Rafters. Now, Suwon holding that situation. The Twitch drone does come through. That second K-Claw is going to come through, but the Twitch drone is going to be waiting. And most importantly, those hatches over towards Kitchen, most importantly, is now going to be safe. Line scan comes through. Suwon still holding that angle. The game of chicken with the Twitch drone. I think they're going to get the wall. No, they are not. The frag grenade will come through anyway. That's going to be the K-Claw gone. Suwon just pull back a little bit as that hatch opens up. I think the C4 still in place. But this gunfight's going to have to come first. Rated will be calling it out. See you later. Wants to position himself for the gunfight. But that kitchen hatch is open up as well. The attackers, they're getting a lot of this early round work done. The drones are in, the hatches are open, the dirt tunnel's open as well. Now we're starting to look towards that bit. Do they know how to move from point A to point B to point C? What are they going to do with the time that they've got?
Well, Buck still has another hard bridge too, so they could actually open up the other wall under just to give that long angle to push that player back. C4 is going to go up. Isn't going to find anyone. It does not. See you later. In the meantime, did find Suwon, so that is going to be the top fragger Cade in dirt dead. So that position is now going to be given up. Their top fragger also dead. It's a double whammy. And Cream now had been, you know, the most of their kills have come from this specific position in dirt. So I mean, they're in a really prime position, but they're going to lose out on the gunfight. SMG 11 on Travis actually going to win out.
Yeah, the angle's just giving Travis a little bit better angle to work from and a little bit better to deal with. But I like the curiosities on the roam here. This is something we mentioned before, that little bit of late roam could have a huge impact. We've seen Curiosity pull it off before. Hopefully pull it off again. Travis takes a little bit of damage. 55 seconds to get down on the clock. Like you say, that third tunnel, they know it's coming from that position. They know they have to deal with it. But Rated, poised and waiting, looks for the kill. The Eagle isn't going to be taken down. Curiosity is going to start making their move now. As the dirt tunnel smoke goes up, time ticking down. These smoke canisters are only going to get more and more important. As the two-player push comes through, See You Later is able to find one kill. A lot of damage taken, though, so Travis can finish them off very, very quickly. But it's not going to happen. Able to find that third. See You Later pushes onto the side. Gets taken down with a player on blue. Curiosity gets picked up by Rated. It's all down to that guy Eagle to keep MSU Blue in it.
15 seconds remaining.
1v4 situation. Only about 10 seconds remaining. They see the cross, but they can't get the kill. He has to push up, but the coverage is there. Butter getting that kill and finishing the round and finishing the map. 8-6 win for Clark Red.
Yeah, one that definitely didn't come easy for this side. I mean, both teams very hit or miss in whether they pick up that round. Very little things that would impact the round. Very little, maybe, missteps and misdrones that would just cinch it for the other team. But ultimately, at the end there, yeah, in overtime, Clark Red, they locked down on a lot of these mistakes. Their early round was very, very good. They found opening picks. They found utility taken off the board. They did it coordinated and in a way that you'd expect them to. When it's going onto their map, fresh into a best of 3, you know, the fatigue isn't there, they might not have warmed up yet, but they had a lot of rounds to work with. Ultimately, though, looking towards Bank, I'm very excited to see how this goes going onto MSU Blue's map.
Yeah, of Bank. And, you know, there's some players that stood out. We'll see if they stand out again on the second map. You know, Suwon had some good moments, but really, See You Later on the other side, you know, got a lot of those opening picks on both sides. So we'll see if they have an answer for his aggression. But in the meantime, we do have a small break. We'll be right back with you with Bank in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map 2 of possibly 3 in the NECC Navigators Division. Where's a very tight game over towards Clubhouse, but now we're going to be shifting everything over towards Bank, taking it to that map that was in the map pool for quite a while. A lot of these teams will have played it beforehand, but maybe not in that comp setting.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about Bank is it's really quite open upstairs. Down below, you have to kind of have a lot of cross angles, which is something both teams have struggled with at times, but also been good at times. It's very like hit or miss. One thing I will say is that there's plenty of opportunity for flanking, and Clark Red has been very good about catching flanks on their attack, especially. So that's something to keep an eye on as well. That's something I think that might be an advantage for Clark Red, but at the same time, you never know. This is not their map choice.
Yeah, Maverick going to be taken off the board straight away, though, by Clark Red. And I mean, you look into it and say, well, maybe the Cade usage on that last map wasn't as optimal as it could have been. It was very specific in how they wanted to use the Cade, both sides. But that Maverick being taken off the board, well, suddenly these K-Claws get a lot more powerful. You look over towards this map of Bank, and it's amplified. I mean, you realistically, you put a K-Claw on one of those hatches if they stay up on the bar. Put a K-Claw, it's not getting open. I mean, you need a Maverick, and if it's not on the board, then I feel like Clark Red, that's what they're wanting. Going onto the defense first, that's how they want to play it. Kapkan's going to be taken away, so Cade stays on the board, but we only saw Kapkan once last round, so I'm not really sure.
That's what I was thinking. Like, they didn't even play him. What? No one played him.
I remember seeing it once, that was it, but...
And what impact did it even have? I don't think it hit anyone. I don't know. Either way, not the operator I would have chosen, but maybe they just wanted to leave everything else open. You never really know. I will say, though, that the Mira being banned is probably the most important one to ban because she's so important on this map. She can hold down upstairs and give you more accessibility to actually trying to go into Teller's archives. Like, that was something Shaz was actually talking about on his stream recently. But also just even down here below, it makes this site even better. It's already pretty good, but it makes it even better for the defenders. So just seeing her banned out, it does though leave Valk on the board, who has been brought. So those Valk camps can be placed in really tricky positions, like in servers or even above if you want people roaming, get that information, and let you know when people are pushing down certain stairs, whatever it might be. So that's gonna be powerful. The Goyos, though, a big thing I want to point out is they are utilizing that, which is great. They have, I think, what, 20-second burn time or something crazy like that. So, I mean, a lot of time can be bought with these Goyo counts.
Yeah, the positions that these Goyo counters are going in, they're 1,000% looking to stop this point going down the default. I mean, you look over towards that situation, and, well, ADS is there as well. That's going to make them a lot more safer. So, it's all about burning down that time. A mirror window would be great for this, but obviously isn't on the board, so you can't really do anything about it. What I maybe would like to see is maybe, you know, the desk by default. Maybe if you get one down by there, then you get a C4 out when that plank comes down, you take that kill. And you just stop these players from wanting to push into that default. You want to slow them down, you want to make them uneasy. That's something Curiosity is right now, leading the attackers into this mid-site, looking for this roam clear yet again. They did it last time, they're looking to make it work again. Now the player off See You Later over towards Mini Office is going to get spotted out. Will have no way of pulling back to sight. It's going to be guns or death. And it looks like it's going to be guns coming through. That guy Eagle taken down. Looks for the second kill. Can't find Curiosity. Travis on the pinch is able to find that kill. And the roam clear, well, it's done. They don't know it, but they've cleared out that roamer. And now 4 versus 4.
I mean, Rated is ultra aggressive here, and that's your smokes, so it has to work in tandem with these fire canisters from the Goyo to deny the plant on the default here, which is where Cream is looking, and contesting with someone in server. But that 1.5 also being on that vector, so I'm really excited about that. But point being, you don't want to lose that smoke very early, and they're being very aggressive on that character, that operator, so it's just interesting to see. We'll see, you know, can they survive as long as necessary. But you also notice a lot of these players are still hunkered down upstairs, and they're trying to get the hatches, which is great. But like, what is their main point of avenue going to be? Because with one person in servers, it kind of makes me wonder if that's really going to be an emphasis for them. Looks like they're actually more opting for the main stairs.
I think, personally, I'd be looking for main stairs for this push. You have those 2 players, you have that shield ready to go down. as well as the fact that that server push hasn't had any support behind it, whether utility or information going through. So Amsim, you're looking alone maybe just as that diversion, maybe as that second front, and that's something that I wanted to see a lot more on club, so I'm happy to see if that is the case now. The rep of C4 will go through, but that doesn't get thrown out, doesn't find its mark, and in doing so, that means the push can come through. Curiosity rotating around, will start to move with that shield, and he has to traverse the Goyo shields, but that's exactly why they're on the board. It's buying time. 30 seconds to get down now. Bame's taking damage, but C4 still in pocket. Alongside these smokes, Curiosity really going to struggle to get this plant down. And not these lines of sight open up. There's not very much the attackers could do. 15 seconds left. They really have to make something happen, and Bames is looking to make it happen. Drops down into that main stairs, pushes through onto site. Able to go towards red, has found one kill already, has to look for a second. Can you cut them off? Yes, you find cheese. The C4 goes through, stops the flank going down, and the defenders get that round. And suddenly, but the knock, it had a beautiful impact, but maybe just a bit too late.
No way, dude. The backstab almost works. But I was going to say this earlier, too. They needed to hand the diffuser to someone else because Osa had no health. She was, after standing in the fire, she burned away what little health she already had. She's down to like 10, maybe? That's not enough. Like, all it takes is a whiff of a smoke babe, or like that C4 wasn't even that close, but it still did enough damage to down them. So it's like that should have been handed off to someone else. But they were in a desperate situation anyway. Yes, the backstab worked a little bit, but there's no guarantee that player would have gotten any more kills. It was just rough.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, the pieces were there. It just wasn't as tightly coordinated as it would have been, as it should have. It hurts because all the right pieces were there, just not in the right order. And unfortunately, yeah, that round is going to go in favor of the defenders. Maybe it shouldn't, maybe it should, who knows? We're going to find out. Unless you believe they will have to attack this top floor. This is another one where Mirror would have a massive impact if you could get there playing over towards that front desk. You're able to open up a lot of lines of sight. You're able to just get your eyes over towards that square door. You can leave one of those walls unreinforced. Get a line of sight, maybe have a castle playing it. It's one of those setups that you need to commit fully to it, but it's really good if you can. Looks like the side of Clark Red, though, they're not going to make that happen. They do have a player down below. See you later, yet again, trying to cause some shenanigans, even though it didn't really work out last round. And, well, it looks like the rest of MSU Blue, they are going to at least get one or two players looking to clear them out.
Interesting decision to bring Warden with a shotgun, because he's usually in the closet here to contest the windows, especially when they're trying to smoke and stuff. And using the SMG-12 for a distance fight isn't always optimal. So they also have the shotgun pistol on the alibi, I hope, as well as a shotgun on the mute. So it doesn't seem like it was really necessary. But you're going to see that they're going to ping out where that claw is of or no, not the claw. What was that? It was a zero cam. Okay, so they're using the cams to kind of fight each other. They're pinging out with the black guys onto where those zero cams are going to be, the Argus cams. So it's a little tit for tat here on the cam game.
Yeah, I like to see this. A lot of teams, especially towards lower levels, they seem to struggle with the information game. This is something these two teams have done, but they're definitely starting to pick up on. See you later will take a little bit of damage, but will be able to pull back, and that's very strong because while that damage is a deposit for the late term in the round, you still have that extra body on the board. Somebody to go for a refrag for, somebody to double peek with, and that is just invaluable. The ace charges go down before the EMP made, and in doing so now, well, they waste no time trying to get in position. Butter and Cream will have a line of sight, will be looking to cause some tomfoolery, maybe even, dare I say, a little argy-bargy. But for the time being, MSU Blue, they're taking their time, they're droning things out. They're making sure that when they do go for this push, it's certain and it's going to work. Curiosity gonna pick off Cream there, maybe getting a bit aggressive on that wall, and suddenly the rest of MSU Blue, they start to move in like a line of baby ducks.
Oh man, what a nice peek with the shotgun. They turned their shield away at the wrong time. The push up from Barnes, missing the shots that comes in to haunt them as Rated can flick on them, get that kill. Now a 3v2 ensues. Clark Red just have to hold out for 30 seconds. Amsim, that guy Eagle have to find some answers here. The wall is somewhat opened up, but it is a vault, so they have to try and jump in. You see that guy Eagle's actually going to be going in through a window, not even near sight whatsoever. It's going to take a long time time into the rotation. Got the hope that Amazon can find some bodies. They get some shots, but not the kill onto Rated. He's down to a sliver of HP, but a sliver is still enough to have a gun in your hand. The plant is actually going down, though. Are they even aware of this? The peek out, and he should know he's not aware. The plant right behind him. Butter does find that guy Eagle, but Amson has a chance now in the 1v3, but the double peek comes through. Rated with that sliver of health is able to still get a kill. The fuse will come through, and Clark Red will play the second round.
That round was a little bit too close to my liking. I mean, I look at that, and okay, the push came through from MSU Blue. They found that open bit. They start to move forward. Very good. I mean, Clark Red, they buckled a little bit. They gave away that opening frag. Suddenly, though, they start moving forward. Okay, this is good. They get up towards that breach. They start to apply that pressure. But then things just kind of fall apart. I mean, Clark Red, they really popped up. They really said, hello, ding dong. We are going to make this a bit of an even round. Able to pick apart some of these players, and then towards the end of that round, that guy Eagle had to try and make something happen. I believe they were playing on the window, so getting the information, so they have to rotate, get in through lone, get up banana. You draw the attention of one defender, but then that player and Cheese, they're both focusing towards that CEO. The plant is able to get down, but it's only so long that you can take these gunfights alone and be that isolated. Ultimately, Clark Red, they split them apart very, very well in the round.
Yeah, no, they did. You said ding dong, and it just made me think of like ding dong, the witch is dead. And then I was thinking about who died, and it just made me think that Nomad, you know, kind of could have a good witch outfit. I feel like if they gave her a cosmetic, I feel like that would go well. Just a random thought, but thank you for it. You caused it by saying that.
You're welcome. I'm always happy to help.
Anyway, on to this third site. It's going to be open area, I believe, which has been more so the third site in recent times. It used to be Archives Tellers, but in recent memory, it has kind of fallen away. I think people have figured it out. Very easy to get vertical pressure there, hard to hold the site. The Mira would help up there, but without the Mira on the board, this is definitely the better site. You see Quad Wall is going to be muted off, and they have the classic rotate into Archives, so this is going to allow them to just extend outward. But the main thing to watch out for is this push with the Osa shield. They could just jump into that window, try and get into sight, straight into office, but you know, it's also just a one-sided push, so if they can get some verticality from the stock even, the defenders could just retake it if they don't.
Yeah, so yet again, we're looking at a side that is very heavily dominant over towards that vertical play, and this is something last game we saw. That vertical play, we didn't see MSU really use their operator a buck. They didn't really use that skeleton key with its full potential. And that's something that's worrying me just a little bit there, Les. This is a site you say they need that vertical pressure. So they take control of that top floor. They take control of stock, CEO, and square. What happens there? What's their next move? They start making some vertical play. That's what it should be. But I'm not convinced we're going to see that happen. Travis looking for the entry over towards square. Ooh. I think just little things about positioning from MSU Blue might be their undoing, maybe. But, well, for the time being, they still have all players on the board. Rated, though, a little bit close towards Travis. A little bit close over towards that position, towards that stop. I'm ticking down. One throw shield will pop off, and nothing really happening. We're seeing these roamers down below, we're seeing roamers up above, but no gunfights, nothing happening to be gained from it. Now, Cheese will be taken away by Amson from that window, hopefully going to open things up the side of MSU Blue.
Yeah, it's going to be the mute dead, C4 off the board as well, so if they want to get some vertical pressure, they can, but the kill comes back, Rated onto that guy Eagle, and a second one onto Curiosity. Now the vertical pressure from above can be taken control of, but Travis shuts down Rated, so it's back to all even 3-3. Amson taking some damage, pushing through Printer now into open office, and they can see a player on the bomb chest. He gets the kill on the Butter. Now it's up to Cream, who has a C4 with See You Later, who has been really impactful with the frags. There's another one. They take a lot of damage from somewhere, but they don't seem to be aware from where. That peek comes through from Travis. They're both going to be playing in their Cream in the 1v2 situation. The plant will start going through. They have the 1v1. They have to win here, and the player's not even looking at them, but he doesn't land the shots. He misses. Barnes will capitalize, and that's going to be the first round found from MSU Blue.
Oh, a very uncomfortable one, though. The attackers, they took their time at the push. They took their time getting the control for that execute, and I was very concerned, actually, in how that execute is going to go through. Ultimately, it was Amsim able to find that pick that opened things up like I hoped. But I feel like a lot of this round, this mid-round, isn't really being utilized to its full potential. I mean, that vertical play wasn't really being done to the degree that you can with that floor, to the degree that you should. There wasn't much in the way of utility usage, but in my liking. I mean, we saw a bit of Flores, we saw a little bit of Nomad, but that wasn't really it. Yet again, it came down to pushes. It came down to winning these gunfights, and that's not the way to win the game. But for the side of MSU Blue, you don't play it. You will take every round that you get on the board. They're just going to have to roll with the punches and see what they can do with this bottom floor. Something we saw them stall out on pretty uncomfortably. Like you said, like I said last time, they had all the pieces in play. Can they get them in the right time?
Time, really, yeah, that factor, because that backstab did work pretty well, but it just came too late, right? They just didn't, and the utility had burned them down on low health as well, so it made it really easy to get those last kills that were necessary to stop the plant. So something to keep an eye on. You're gonna see the Valk being brought again with the ghost canisters and the smoke babe. So it's a very similar, if not the exact same lineup. They have 3 C4s in pocket. Last time the Valk was roaming and died, so that was a C4 kind of wasted. And it looks like they are actually gonna be roaming again. I think I saw them above in a similar position. On the attacking side, again, they also are not changing things up too much. So they like how close it was last time. They probably just feel like they could be a little bit faster and have a different outcome.
Yeah, now, yet again, rated up on that roam, looking to make something happen. Very aware that last time they did have that push towards open area, but that's not going to be the case this time. I think they are going to go towards that top floor. A little pressure towards Garage. Bames will take some damage, but doesn't take that much. But holding that bulletproof camera, this is a position I like it in. If you don't have that Maestro camera, you at least have the bulletproof. It has that EMP, which is able to take out that drone just for a little bit. But it buys the time. It tells Eagle you know that they're there, and you are watching.
Also makes it blow up prematurely when it comes back online.
Yeah.
So, I mean, good job from them. You see, the O's shield has pushed up a lot earlier this time, so they can start having to pop these early. Then that smoke babe will have to come out earlier, and then earlier. Eventually, you'll be left with more time at the end, where there will be no utility, unless they can utilize these C4s a little bit better. And, I mean, you see the Valk has survived so far, so, I mean, that is still another C4 on the board for them. So, I mean, they can have a little bit more time with that in pocket. They have to watch for that backstab. There's the Flores drone trying to push him out of position, but it's just a temporary solution. The shield has come through. This is the perfect time to use one of those C4s trying to take that out.
Yeah, they could get a C4, but the Ghost Flames are going to get popped. Travis behind that shield.
Not gonna hit him.
He's going to give away that position. The C4 rip comes through. The C4, is it going to fly? Yes, it does. It only gets the shield. Yeah, that's the shield taken away. Yeah, it has. Travis now can't push forward. Yes, he has to put another one down, but the C4 claims them both. And the air jab down in server will give away the position of Rated. Has to run away, but the players holding their tail. Make that 2 of them. They're both committing to it. 40 seconds left. Cream will get down. So does Eagle. And now it's all down to Amsim. Hopefully, up 3 stairs. All on their lonesome. Heads down, looks towards his play and realizes, I've got to go for this revive. But the diffusers in no man's land, so is that player of the Nook able to find one? The refrag will come through and confirming Bames, but the smoke goes down. 20 seconds. Well, it's just not going to happen, is it?
Not 1v4 this time out of time. They'd have to literally line up and have the bullet go through every single head. That would be a miracle in the making. It ain't gonna happen though. And they're gonna have to push in, go for a quick defuse, bait them out, and instead they bait their own life, and it's caught. So another round for Clark Red. It's kind of similar to what we saw the first round. The C4 is coming out being hugely impactful. That's just kind of what you expect. It's a really strong bomb site these days. That is like the bomb site that you'd want on Bank. From here, though, it's going to be a little bit rougher of a ride. Yes, they did well upstairs, but you saw it was not like it wasn't super close, but it was still close enough. And they had, clearly had some blind spots. You saw Ansem come in and get that plant last time at 1v3. So, I mean, if they let things like that happen, there's certainly weaknesses that MSC Blue could try and find a round win on.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Clark Red, though, I want to see that little bit of adaptation. Maybe have a little bit more rotations, just to let sound go through that janitor and CEO office, because, I mean, Cheese could have closed down that round much quicker if it was for that sound, if it was being aware that that plant was going down. like you say, it's his blind spots. We want to see him taken off the board.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Is that going to happen? Are they going to just be a little bit more aware of how this plays out? Well, hopefully they will. I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
that's the name of the game, isn't it? Hopefully you're able to improve on everything in that round.
Attackers
Look
objective
towards
is
his
to
side,
defuse
for the
the
side
bomb.
of MSU Blue. I want to see maybe that double push, but have a second player over towards that guy Eagle. Have a player over towards Square. Have a couple of them. But interestingly enough, we're seeing, and I think this is the first time I've seen it, or second time maybe, we're seeing a sense coming onto the board with this wall, this light wall that they can bring onto the board. I expect that to be used to cover that elevator all the way. If you could do that, you could cut off the player in Kanto, have this player push into Janitor, or at least have that knowledge when you push up that you'll be safe. I'm excited to see how this gets used, but some of these attackers will start pushing already.
Because I would actually like to see them have a late roam below, and that's going to be Cheese going to kill into that Eagle guy to start things off really early, not even a minute in. So good job from them. That's that SMG-12 I was talking about, not always the best at a range, but hey, they made it work here. That's going to be the sense you mentioned off the board, no longer in play. NECC has been not as impactful as perhaps we would like to see. Still has been able to get some kills, give potential for their teams, but it hasn't netted them anything. The peaks in really aggressive roam is going to get shut down. See you later. This is what we mentioned before that Clark Red did really well. They had flank camps here. Now on the other side, on the other foot, MSU Blue is going to shut down.
The thing is, though, you're looking at what's rated. They know that player's up top square. They know. And vice versa, they are aware. Cheese with that shotgun able to go hunting. The Warden, which would have made the sense useless anyway, because they could see through it, well, you know, still on the board, still has that C4 in pocket, and while they have control of Long, especially with the crossfire of Cream, that's such a tough position to attack. Amson able to find Butter though, but the C4 comes through. Cheese finding that third player, and in doing so, gives Clark Red yet another advantage. Amson, you have to expose yourself to one of these angles. You opt for the long route because, well, that shotgun can't really do much damage away. Right now, Cheese could choose to get aggressive. Travis taking Cream off the board means that's not going to happen. You just want to hold the angle and play it safe.
Yeah, why are we over peaking here? You have a 3v2 situation. There's a minute left. You have too much time on the board. You want to play a little more patient. Rated though. Gets a nice peek out. Gets the kill on Travis. That's going to be diffuser down. It is recovered instantly by Amson. But again, they were in the 1v3 last time. Couldn't make it happen. They got a plant. And it was just a hard position to hold. Here, it's another hard position for them. A 1v2. Plant is not down either. So 30 seconds. They have to hope that the bodies just peek into him. He gets the 1v1s and can win those gunfights. You know, Rated still is playing back there, trying to just play time. And on the other side of the things, you have Cheese with the shotgun up close. So that's probably going to be the death blow right there. He's going to push right into the shotgun and die.
Yeah, very nice positioning coming out from the side of Clark Red. As you see that shotgun close will do some damage, doesn't find the kill. Second shot will be able to as it racks and looks again. Very nice coming through. Nice cheeky 4K for Cheese as well, holding that long angle. I feel like that was it. They had that player playing aggressive. Cheese maybe didn't play it aggressive as much last time, and in doing so, they've isolated that problem of letting MSU Blue get that close. They got the wall open. Well, now there's a crossfire. Like you say, Rated playing all the way over towards that front desk. Cheese playing all the way in long with that shotgun in the C4 range as well. It just made it way too difficult for the side of MSU to push, especially with those players taken off the board. But yeah, it's the roaming information. I mean, that's where we saw Clark Red really nearly lose it, but then also able to bring it back. It's just knowing where these players are, knowing what moves are on the board that you can make, like a chess game. What's going to work, what's going to put you in a difficult situation. Most importantly, what have you got to do to get out of that situation? If you're in a situation where you're going to lose 2 players, but you have to make a play, how's your team going to respond to that? What moves are next on the board for you?
I feel like MSU could use some spice, something to change it up. And Amaru, even, maybe, because they're playing pretty heavy off-site and holding weird angles and playing out more towards the hallway rather than the site itself. And Amaru could have, if timed properly, droned properly, really could have had a huge impact. The other thing is they weren't playing down below too much. You did see the push through open area into cafeteria, and then the flank got shut down. But you knew if you had drone, you know that it's pretty clear down below. And right here is that hatch I was about to mention, actually, and the floor itself is soft for the most part. You could have naded that warden from below, make them uncomfortable. Don't let them have that position for free that entire time. We just haven't seen those kinds of adjustments from either team, really. Clark Red, though, they already got a 4-1 split, and it can go up to 5-1 here. That would just be the, you know, sugar on top of the pudding. But here, if they don't even win this round, it's still a pretty good half from them guaranteeing the 4.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform over towards that second split with the defense. MSU Blue, they are looking towards this top floor. They are looking to get aggressive, but see you later. Able to find that first pick, takes Nomad, takes that leading player. Now that Selma Charge will hit see you later, not the shield. Getting aggressive, that's Travis taking that frag, taking longer. I don't necessarily know why see you later decided to get aggressive on that. The Selma Charger took out the shield. That play was going to repeat. Travis had to. They didn't really have a choice if they want to push forward. Instead, they got aggressive. Travis was just aware of it, just careful. I'm not really sure why that happened, but, you know, we live, laugh, love, and learn, as they say in the biz. And Bames, interestingly, with the knock yet again, is able to get up close against this wall. They don't have any MP nades in the pocket, though.
Those mutes are going to shut them down. Yeah, there's not much they can do there. The other thing I was going to mention is the peek itself wasn't even bad. Like the decision to peek when you knew that they had just thrown utility. I mean, maybe you get the kill and you die, and that's fine. You kill the hard breach and you die. It's not a big deal. But I just noticed they flicked to the left when they peeked instead of just holding the angle while peeking out. So I mean, I think it was just maybe lost control of their mouse or something. But it looked pretty rough for see you later. Either way, they got the opening kill. It was a good trade. It's Amsim, who's been pretty impactful out of all the players on that team. They've had a rough map so far, but that's one of the players who has kind of been standout-ish. In any case, it's still a 4v4, and there's only 40 seconds remaining, so this is kind of stalled out since that opening engagement. It's just kind of left MSU Blue wondering what they even want to do here. Yeah, they're starting to get some pressure, but there's like just no time.
30 seconds ticking down, like you say, and I'm looking over towards that guy Eagle starting to head towards that bottom floor, and I'm not happy with this. I think they might know that they can drop. They can go for that rotate at the very end of the round, that little fast drop, but there's not enough time for it. The plan has to go down. You're going to need all hands on deck for this push. And Travis, drop down with Bames, is going to go for that push. Rated gets the kill. Oh, it's going to be Bames finding it. Butter has an answer as well. Bames can't push through and find Cheese. Time to get down way too much as Curiosity finds Butter, but that is going to be that 5-1 split that you talked about. And the ball firmly in the court of Clark Red. They can close it down. They can also give a lot of momentum towards the side of MSU Blue.
It's kind of rough for MSU Blue. This is their map choice, and they look like they didn't really know how to attack it. And when you choose a map, it's usually like most people have pretty decent defenses on any map, right? Like it's just typically, especially at like I'm not trying to say they're lower level, but lower ranks even. You'll see that defense is a lot easier. It doesn't require quite as much coordination. You get some basic setups. It's more comfortable.
Ooh,
but that's why you choose a certain map that you feel very strong on attack. Because then you're like, okay, this is where we maybe can get an edge here. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. They did not look like they knew how they wanted to attack whatsoever. Or maybe Clark Red just really did throw some things at them they hadn't seen before. Either way, it's a boon for Clark Red. Now they have to attack. You know, I don't want to call it over yet, though, because it could also happen in the exact opposite direction where both teams don't really know how to answer these defensive setups.
10 seconds to go.
Well, yeah, but you can't argue and say that it does not look good for Clark Red.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, we're in the situation where one kind of has to look at it and say, well, it is what it is. Looking at this, though, Rook coming through from Barnes, I think they're realizing that MSU, they are struggling a little bit with some of these gunfights, and having that with the sand option might just give you a little bit of an edge. At least the damage reduction of Rook could come through, so you can't complain too much. MSU Blue, they have that top floor. They want to hold things back. I don't think the aggression is going to work out if they do go for the aggressive road. Play a little bit safe, maybe have some C4s, maybe have some lurkers, wait for Clark Red to push forward, and definitely be very careful for this player of CU.
Oh,
Later, playing without the mouse pad, he's going to be pushing forward, looks to the player of Travis, finds that entry kill, and opens things up and takes control of stock. Very unfortunate, but I think that MSU Blue must have had a player on that black eye cam, and Nock using that gadget to a beautiful time was able to open things up. Now is taking some damage from the player in Kanto, but still has some nades, should be able to force them out with the bulletproof camera feeding that constant information. As the nade will move out, player just pulls back, just plays it safe. Second nade follows, and suddenly see you later goes on the
I wasn't
aggression.
going far enough.
Problem is, they got to cross this meeting door. Somebody might be covering it. Yes, they are. The damage is there. The call comes through, and Curiosity on banana stairs finds that pick, evens things up, and the Azami catches that breach.
I'm going to be critical of See You Later here, who has been phenomenal throughout this. But this is the problem I've seen with them as an individual, is they're so aggressive. They sometimes just tunnel vision into something, and it's not a wise decision a lot of the time. They'll just overly peek. You saw them do it on the ace, even just last round. They get a kill, they get heated, and then they go for a peek, and they die. And now another teammate falls, and it puts them in a bad situation. It's now a 3v5 because Anson is, again, a player that needs to be respected outside of this. They've had pretty impactful kills. Rated, though, does get the kill back onto that guy, Eagle. Put him back into a 3v3. But these nades keep getting wasted. They keep just throwing it down the hallway. It's not netting anything for them.
Yeah, you've got to look at that trade-off. Why are you threat setting this nade? What does it bring the team? What could it bring yourself? Now Rated! Oh, able to pick off Amsim, and now but is going to go in for the push as well. Curiosity still in this position. Very aware that the push could come through. Spots a player over to one square. Finds the kill, but doesn't take down Butter. Who is able to get that plant down. Bames has to make it happen. You can't stop it all. The push comes through, but Rated on that breach isn't able to win it out. Bames, the double kill coming through. He's going to keep Clark Red in the lead, and by no amount of luck either.
That was nutty. That was a good flick. Yeah, even in chat, she's admitting it. Nice flick. It really was. It was a good one. Yeah, shoot the bomb planter, and then you instantly know someone's on that breach and get that kill. Truly a heroic play. MSU Blue really having no business winning that. The coverage just wasn't there in time. Here's the problem. The player on the breach had to relocate over and get close. And by that time, Butter, who had gotten the kill, they already knew his position. They swung on him to get the kill. And it's just, unfortunately, the flick goes against you. But again, had they been in position there, that probably wouldn't have happened.
I think it mainly comes down to Amsim, to be honest. Being able to hold that position for so long. Very, very well played. She was able to hold that. She kept Clark Red off of it. I mean, the plan was going down. Match point was in view. But because she held the ground so long, it meant that Baines had a much easier time getting to that position. Had a lot less players to deal with. And now, turning down to this bottom floor site, she will drive MSU Blue in for the round. Looking towards this though, Clark Red, I feel like they're going to be ready for this. They've got that Monty, they've got that Lion, they've got the Zero as well. They've definitely got a plan for this. They definitely have a game plan. And the question is, how is this going to work? Well, the push through dirt over towards server is going to take place. They'll find the ward and put them big Monty shield. What impact is that going to be? Frostmat's definitely not going to have one.
Well, they've left pretty much every hatch available except for a server to themselves, which is an interesting choice because server hatch being open usually favors defenders, at least early in a round. Obviously, it's a plant. Yeah, it's reinforced, so that makes it so you can't actually shoot down from there. So you have to push on the server for a flank. So that kind of hurts the defenders in on a lot of situations. But we'll see how it plays out here. Travis though going to get that kill on to See You Later. That is the Lion dead. That's your EMP's gone, as well as the Lion gadget gone. So it's not ideal way to open the round, but Rated trying to bring it back has that 7 on the 0, gets the kill on that guy Eagle, and it's all even. But again, like the positioning here is kind of odd, and they can't flank very well in server. But are gonna get a kill. Like if they get this open up properly and get in and plant, it actually should favor Clark Red. But you see, they have scuffed. Yeah, they scuffed that opening a little bit on the wall.
However, though, Cheese, who, fun fact, the first nuggets of attendance, just for now, can still push through that main door. Still has that opportunity to just get into that default position. Cream, though, will find Fate and take Amson off the board. A player that did a lot of legwork and wasting a lot of that time last round is going to be taken off and Rated. It's a lot of gunfire upstairs, a lot of damage done as well. Now let's go down to Travis, who physically can't cry to stop this plank going down. and the smokes are going to have to follow, but there aren't any in pocket. Monty and Hibana are going to get that plant down. The long angles now favoring the defense, and his curiosity falls as well. Oh, like you said, there's no hatch. There could be no vertical play done by either team, but it doesn't really matter. Cream holding that mini office hatch. Looks like on this round, running is on the wall. There's a side being made. Travis has to cross. You know a play is there. They know that you're there. But the crossfire from Clark Red, it's just too much. This isn't going to be a round win for MSU Blue. They are going to have to take this time and think about how we're going to deal with match point. Rated closes things down.
The hard part for me here is I can't conceptually understand what the defense was going to go for there. For MSU Blue, you usually play it one of two ways. You either have a heavy roam, which is like the alibi, a huge impactful killer on the defense, just the ideal operator for getting those early engagements, getting opening kills, or even just flanking. They have the shotgun pistol, so they can open up hatches themselves to drop down if they wanted, if you leave it soft. So just things like that, that's fine. You can roam above. You've seen G2 do it. Obviously, they haven't had the greatest success on Bank recently, but and they're not the only ones who do this, but you'll see them like leave the hatches open, play in the open office, and then drop down later on once they burn half the round. That's fine. But if you don't play it that way, then you play it the way that Clark Red was, which is Goyos, C4s, and Smoke Babes, and you buy the time. But they only had the smoke. They had no C4s. They had no other operator to try and play denial. And again, you look at the lineup, there's nothing there. They have maybe some impacts, and the Thorin gadget is kind of not a great gadget. I'm gonna be straight up about it. It doesn't do a lot for you. It's really easy to avoid. It's very slow, and usually it misses anyway. And especially with the Montane, it's not going to do anything to it. So they're just like feeding into Clark Red's plan of action, which is push and server, use a Montane, bully your way in and get a plant. And they're not doing anything to counter that at this point.
Yeah, either you're going to slow things down on that default wall, or you're going to slow things down on the server and try and make sure they can't get to that default position. MSU Blue, though, I would like to see them, now that they're on this match point, the series point, I'd like to see them go to open. I'd like to see something else. I don't want to see them going back to this side that they were just unable to win. Yes, they got the opening pick, but there are a lot of things that just went in favor of Clark Red. Another Thorn Gadget will go off, and entry into server will be taken. Like I say, Thorn Gadgets go off, but See You Later really doesn't care. Gonna pick Travis off the board as the Lion, finding that opening pick and giving the Monty much more of an open. Now, pressure on Butter. Let's get this wall open properly. Let's get it done right. Is that going to happen? Well, Siege is a fickle game, Wes, and there's only one way to find out. But the big question for me, though, while this is all happening, what are the roamers doing? See You Later able to find Amson, takes her off. And, well, now I have to answer what they're trying to do to stop this.
Another one. Gets another kill. The two flanks here. But again, that hatch has been opened up, actually. So there it is. That's what we're talking about. This is the impact that you can have. But the flanks shut down by Rated. But in the meantime, too many kills have fallen in favor of MSU Blue. So many kills raining in. That guy, you go finding Rated, who was the one trying to stop it. But it's too little, too late. It's all up to Cream now. This is why that hatch being open is so impactful. It just shut down that attack instantly. You saw everything fall in a moment. So the flick of the wrist, and it is over. Cream now aware of someone up above with them, but that diffuser is cold, and they have plenty of time is the benefit here. But in a 1v2 with the diffuser down in lines of sight, hopefully for those defenders, it's going to be a tough ask.
Well, the situation doesn't look great for Cream, I'll agree, but Cream does have one advantage in their pocket now. The defenders are split up, they're playing solo. There's one on site and one above. Bames, the big problem here with that Rook MP5, can cause some big problems when it comes to getting that diffuser. Like you say, they have eyes on. However, when this push comes through, it's only going to be Bames trying to stop it. That melee hole will not be spotted. Rook's not going to look through. The plane can't come down. He looks towards Red. Is he going to spot the player crossing? No, they're not. The call comes through for the defender to rotate back to side. The player gets tagged through the wall, but not down. And with the withstand, could get back up. The pistol comes out. The hunt goes through. Finds the frag. Wants to go for the plant, but it's just not going down.
What the?
Rainbow Six Siege. Why? And now finally the plant will start to take place. Eagle has to play time with these last 15 seconds. He can win it.
He let him get it down.
It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be difficult. Oh, the castle barricade. It's going to make the swing onto Red so difficult. You have to watch for these foots, or you have to go through the bomb site. Cream not aware that they're actually pushing towards the server door. But the post plant is beautiful.
Defenders
Eagle
have located
looking
the
to push
diffuser.
forward, knows that player's there. Oh, time to get down. This has to happen. 7 seconds has to be on the top clock by the time you hit that
Just back
diffuser.
off. Just back
Otherwise,
off.
it's over. Cream Nose finds
okay.
the kill, closes things down, and that's Clark Red able to close things out from the jaws of defeat. Honestly, that 2v1 situation, it didn't look good, but like I said, the defenders, they were split apart, and you know, Cream made it work.
Yeah, I mean, probably shouldn't have been able to clutch that out, but like you said, they weren't playing together on the defense, so it's just unfortunate. All that work done for nothing, really, because they still lost the round. But I did like the adjustment. They at least let the server hatch be open. They're able to come back around. I mean, unless the attackers opened that, in which case they left themselves susceptible, which is weird. I didn't quite catch what exactly had happened with that hatch. But either way, good job from Clark Red. It wasn't even their map choice, and yet they looked even better on it than their own map choice. So, I mean, really good job from them. MSU Blue, they'll have a lot to learn. They chose that map, but clearly things didn't go in the way that they thought it would. So, I mean, they'll have to just take the silver lining, which is, you know, we can get better for sure by looking back at this and seeing, you know, what were the mistakes.
Yeah, both teams. I mean, whether you're looking to get really serious into the competitive scene or you're looking to have some fun with it, there's improvements to be made. There's positives and negatives to both teams, and I feel like this is the place to make them. You know, both very young teams, very young division at the moment, so they have a lot of time to grow. They have a lot of space to grow, and that is one of the silver linings of playing on stream. Is you also get not only that third perspective, you also get our opinion. You also get some of the chats, whether it might be good, might be bad. Who knows? I'll leave that guys down to you. And I mean, I think there is potential in both of these teams. They do have a lot of positives working for them. Maybe just ironing down a few things, getting the strat book just that little bit more fleshed out in terms of, I mean, contingencies. There's a lot of potential.
Yeah, both teams look pretty good, especially that first map. Obviously went to overtime. There's some mistakes, like you said, some things to fix. You got to have a backup plan, for example, when things don't go according to plan. But overall, entertaining match. That's going to be it for me and you, though. So first map done, match done, excuse me, 2-0 for Clark Red against MSU Blue. And we'll have a short break, I believe maybe an hour until that next matchup will start.
And welcome back to the NECC Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Binks. I'm joined by Korbeck, and we have a riveting Rainbow Six Siege matchup coming up for you guys.
We sure do, Binks. It's UBC versus Champlain College Blue here tonight, and I think I'm pronouncing that a bit wrong, but that's okay. Let's take a look at the UBC lineup, get an idea of where this team sits overall. Currently 1-4. Nicodeme, Egg Life, Mad Sheba, Kaikin, and Spacebar. They're rounding it out, and a pretty veteran team as well. Seniors and juniors. One sophomore, that's Kaikin, the political science major, rolling in right there.
Well, hopefully they have the knowledge required to help lead their team in any crazy scenario. But I think that this UBC roster still has the time to prove themselves in this season. And if they are able to roll their shoulders back off 1-4, there's a lot to be redeemed, especially off a win today. If you tell someone that you're 2-4 or we're 2-4 right now, it sounds like a comeback story to me, Korbeck.
It would be if it wasn't 1-4. I feel like they're running out of road quickly, Binks, but you never know. Maybe they'll jump back into it. Let's take a look at their opponents, though. We did say running out of road, and unfortunately, it goes for the same for the Champlain College Blue here. Not a particularly strong season for them. 0-5 right now. They're trying their best out here, Binks, but they are just not finding the wins.
Yeah, I think it might be pronounced Champlain, but I will have to check the chat, and hopefully someone can message me to let me know. But we have a lot of different majors on this side, but we got to talk about these players first. First, we got Pickles, Zernik, Student Life, Cami, as well as Zork. So cybersecurity, digital forensics, law, cybersecurity, and digital forensics, a little bit of both. I wonder how all these players met. And then video game programming. It's such a big range of programs, and I feel like it could bring a lot of different perspectives to the table.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for them as well. A chance where they can possibly put themselves in a bit of a, at least get a win out of the season right here in week 6. I think that's something that they'll be gunning for tonight, Binks. But speaking of gunning, let's see what maps they will be gunning at each other on here. We'll take a quick look and see if there's anything interesting or on offer. And what do you make of these choices here tonight?
I'm a huge fan of the pick over to Bank. I believe that's UBC's pick. I think that if UBC is properly able to maneuver around Bank, go and properly use the basement, that's something that I've noticed with a lot of collegiate teams, where yes, you'll go for the basement site, but if you can use that as an entry point or to get obscure angles in your opponent, catch them on the rotate, that can make all the difference in a round. And I think by UBC actually choosing to go to Bank, we could start to see a lot of those more obscure angles and catching their opponent off guard.
Yeah, Bank is an interesting choice to lead us off here. Oregon, of course, a much more bread and butter map, and Chalet as a decider, it is sort of fitting into that box as well. People are much more comfortable with it now than they have been in the past. Hopefully, we'll be able to hop into our match soon. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting one here tonight, Binks, because these teams are both having kind of rough seasons, rocky roads. They are actually relatively evenly matched, so this will be probably one of the closest matches between these two sides that we've seen so far in the Legends division.
Yeah, so you heard the division name. We're in Legends right now, which although these teams are lower in the standings, that doesn't mean that they don't have a lot to show. And I think this will be
very true.
These matches are going to be a great demonstration of that they still have that caliber, but just because they're losing doesn't mean that they had a lot of close games or that those rounds weren't close. And I think it's going to be a real big brawl today.
Yeah, a big brawl is how I would probably describe it as well. I think we maybe see some things that are a little chaotic, maybe a little outside of the box, but that's all good. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that keeps the game fresh and keeps it interesting. So that's something to, I think, look forward to here, especially starting off on a map like Bank. It's a map that allows, I think, a lot of creativity. It's also a very communications-driven map as well. That first ban, though, it's not particularly exciting. We would expect Hibana to be banned on Bank.
Yeah, that's probably because of how many hatches you have to deal with, especially going towards that basement, which is a very prominent site. And a second one, it's a big site, it's a big map. I think UBC should be confident in their own clear. They don't need to rely on the crutch of Jackal, and that means they can get rid of it for their opponents. But moving over to the defensive end, I think we could be looking at possibly a Kaid ban, but Thatcher did slip through. So it's a big debate, and it will be the Kaid ban. Yes, I'm going 1 for 1 on my stats.
Yeah, Thatcher is actually sort of decreased as a consistently banned operator in most levels of play of Rainbow Six Siege. He's still good, obviously, but he's in niche in the sense that just a lot of people don't know how to use him. Interesting, by the way, that Mira is the follow-up ban here on the defensive side. Not a lot of great Mira setups actually on this bank map. I think a Valkyrie ban would have been much wiser in general. I think genuinely a more strong op. But I've also seen a lot of unbanned Valkyrie lately in collegiate matches with nobody playing Valkyrie in the defensive lineup, and that's actually what's being shown to us right here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit interested to see exactly what Champlain goes for on the defense, Corvic. I know this is a second floor defense, but what I really need to see is how well are they going to extend off their site. Because it's clear that, by the way UBC has selected their operators thus far, of course, we have the repick. If they were to go for any sort of long angles openings, there's not much to contend. I mean, yes, Kami has the P90, but I don't believe that they have much to contend with these long-range gunfights that you would like to see on the defensive end from at least one of the rankers.
You know, it's actually interesting to see a Rook using the P90. Obviously, that's an option and an iconic gun, right? But the MP5 with the ACOG is, I would say, the choice that most Rook players would go for, especially on a map with longer sightlines. So definitely interesting choice right there. Picking up these armor packs a little bit late into the round, too. At least two members of this team haven't actually picked up their Rook armor, which really devalues the utility that Rook brings, despite him being a more popular choice in the meta of late, right? We see a lot of Doc and Rook kind of coming back into things. Overall, I like this defensive lineup. I just think that a Valkyrie instead of maybe like a Legion would have been a very valuable choice.
That's a good point there. We are going to see that Mad has made their way in towards Skylight. Are going to be taking a little bit of damage from the goo mine, but regardless, they'll be able to escape with their life, and it gives a lot of time for all the repelling players on the north wall to just gather their intel and figure out how they're going to go for their push. But with the smoke being deployed in, it's going to be a hot drop right on in. Egg Life swinging in, assisted by those Candelas. He's going to be able to down Pickle on the other side, but there's Nico. He has the gun ready and out. He'll be able to connect 1-2 picks easily. 4-3, bring it right down as all the players on Champlain are starting to fall for Vic. It is just an absolute fiery red storm.
Very chunky execute by both sides. Honestly, defenders really kind of clumsy in their response. The attackers struggling with that opening as well. Such a bold strategy too, coming out of UBC, and you know, it's just kind of chaotic, which is what we would sort of expect for a repel entry like that. Unfortunately, the end result of this is that the diffuser is just down right now. It's going to be very hard for either of the members of the attacking side to pick it up. I say that though, Eric actually just makes the quick run, slams it down behind the desk, and now it's Kami who's in the very difficult position here. P90 sighted down. Nicodeme is watching in the opposite direction. The bait comes out, and a good solid cover kill there from the Nomad.
That round came at a time when I was not really expecting it. Worked well for UBC as a very explosive first round, but it was one where I could confidently see it going either way. It was a gamble. And I don't know how much I can support a push like that. I don't know how much info they had either. There was a great use on the Ying, and I think by the fact that I believe it was Bean playing on the castle last round as well. Bean sitting in the corner right inside of office behind the bookshelf. It made it so very easy for him to collect at least 2 kills and just completely be a thorn or a knife in between the push of UBC. So I need to see that UBC has a more constructed push, especially now that this is the second time Champlain is going onto the second floor site.
Yeah, I think the harsh truth here, Banks, is that you're going to have to burn some util on those windows to prevent that kind of push from happening again, right? Specifically the windows leading directly into the bomb site. You have the tools for it here. You have castle barricades, you have the kunai from the Azami. Either of those is capable of shutting those windows down and at least giving you advance warning if entry is coming that way. There's not a sledge on the other team, It's not something you need to worry about. You've also not seen them demonstrate any propensity for bringing flat pack charges either in that first round. But I say that, and it looks like the defenders over in Champlain Blue have just chosen to go with this straight again. So we'll see if UBC wants to push that angle once more. Part of me feels like we're not going to see it just because there's not a Yang in this setup.
Yeah, it looks a lot more structured. And I think Egg is most likely going to be the information gatherer playing on that Ayana this round. Which is a very big change of pace, and I think it's a very welcome one. C4 is going to be cooked out. I'm not really sure where that was from. I believe that might have been the Nitro of Cammy, who threw it all the way towards entrance, but that is a hole that is now being left open, and with an Osa on the board, those shields are going to be extremely important. And look at this. This is now the basement clear for that obscure push that I was now mentioning, and that is coming out from the Nomad of Nico. So a great play. This is a great initial setup on the side of UBC. Now it's just going to be a matter of if they can capitalize on their kills properly and slowly, one by one, pick off the players of Champlain.
Bit of a slow setup here, honestly, for UBC. They're kind of waiting for their opportunity. A bad pop-up there from Kernex is just absolutely cleaned up by Mad Shiva. It'll be another kill coming in as well. Zork caught looking there by Nicodeme. So that's the roamer down. That means they can entirely, I think, focus on the point. No, I say that. One still roaming out here, way out of pocket. That's Pickle. On the Azami, Pickle fighting it out, actually gets the better of their opposite number right there. Nicodeme is down, but this is going to bring the rest of the team surging in, and Mad Shiva, I think, a little too hot to trot right there. The diffuser is down, and yet another victim of Pickle in the lobby.
Yeah, it's been a great attempt so far from Pickle, but they have a lot more kills to find, with especially with Eric on the repel. Means that Pickle has to go for at least something creative. They're going to have to contend a little bit of a cross angle. They have the audio cue. They know exactly where they are. Great use of their barriers, but it won't matter as Spacebar is in the site, ready and waiting for the quick swing from the Azami.
Yeah, unfortunately, the barrier kind of gave the game away right there. The minute that's sort of came out, it's not like there are a lot of angles that could have been thrown from. So you saw that quick double back on the site. Again, two pretty good rounds, actually, for UBC. Champlain Blue sort of struggling, and I'm glad that they finally decided to switch up that bomb site. I am not a fan of that second floor site, if I'm honest with you, Binks. I would much rather prefer to start out on my defensive rotations with lockers and CCTV, all things being what they are.
Well, let's break that down for a second, Gorbek, because we have the vertical pressure, which is not as prevalent on the basement because most of these floors are actually indestructible. All you have to worry about are indeed those hatches. So it really starts to beg the question of what exactly is UBC's push going to be, because even when they were going for their second floor push, it was very horizontal. And now that they're basement, they get these lines of sight opens. I'm concerned that it will be the exact same story.
10 seconds
I mean, it's entirely possible, right? We look at the basement site, there are multi front and down here. Somebody probably pushing over on the side of the server room. Rarely do you see a straight push through the garage, though that's certainly a thing that can happen. Usually one of those hatches you mentioned is open, and that will be providing kind of another means of attack. I say that about the garage, though, and Eric is actually in an interesting position here. The Nook is probably one of the few operators that could theoretically push up through that garage if nobody's watching it, and I will be honest, it does seem like a little bit of a defensive oversight on the side of Champlain Blue. They've got really nobody on it.
We can focus on all these little micro battles that are going to be taking place across all of Bank as Matt has pushed their way in towards lobby. Meanwhile, contested by second floor elevators player of the of Bean. It's a whole bunch of little small battles, and Egg is going to be taking a few initial points of damage off their life from being up on the second floor. Korbic. It's more concerning to me that no frags have come on the defensive end, and they don't need to contend any of these roamers in there, and Bean will get caught off on the rotation by Mad. Meanwhile, Cammy has also fallen. There's the pocket EMP grenade, which is now allowing for this push in garage to farther commence, and so far a very great push on the side of UBC.
Yeah, UBC has taken a ton of space here, and even down in the garage, they have a real significant advantage in the way that they're approaching that angle. Egg Life now going in, actually just uses the Gemini for a one-drop scout. Not sure how I feel about the use of a utility of that value, but it doesn't really matter. Egg Life's actually been pinged out right here, so Pickle might actually be able to collect a kill. Peeker's advantage there not working for either side. Egg Life trying to make a fight out of it, really just clips the anchor. Nicodeme now dropping in from a different angle, gets one, but it's Zork coming back the opposite direction. Zork caught looking in the corridor next to the vault, and there goes Kernex as well. Absolute massacre at the tail end of that. Very unfortunate, and probably what should have been the strongest defensive point for Champlain Blue just does not work out in their favor.
I want to highlight UBC's positioning there. Well, we can go and look at Champlain's inability to like hear the audio cues, and yes, they're all in their own little gunfights, their own individual fights. The collective action of UBC with their ability to rotate around the map was very convincing there. The push in a vault from the Nomad, we had the garage push. I don't think we saw too much action over on the server side, but we also saw our own clear. It seems like they have their structure, and most importantly, there's a narrative where you can see exactly what each of these players as an individually are trying to get for the collective.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I agree with their decision to get back down here to the basement and try it again. Not a ton of variation in their lineup necessarily. Interesting, by the way, that they've chosen to bring 2 projectile denial operators here. I don't actually think they've suffered that much from projectiles to warrant the need for both a Wamai and a Jaeger, all things being equal. It's not as if either of them are bad operators, right? It's not a bad combo to have. It's just an interesting combo because I don't think you necessarily need it. I think you could have put either Kernex or Kami on maybe a more anti-roamer role, for example, but they've clearly chosen to go for a more straightforward approach here, and it might actually bear some fruit considering the way that Egg Life is kind of initiating this push.
I'm a huge fan of these little initiations that Egg has been going for. I can see that they're 0-3, but it doesn't mean they've been making haven't been making their impact on the round. They've been collecting information for their team. Most of all, they're assisting their team to be getting those kills. It's the same thing when you see a Monty player supporting all these frags. And once again, Egg Frag has allowed the opening kill to go the way of UBC. They're now starting to push in through tunnel, take control of CC area as well as server. And all this pressure is allowing for Eric to continue to push up. And this is the dangerous thing about Noct, because even though Cammy's been able to find their kill, Matshibo will easily be able to find the refrag. Zork also pushing up on the opposite side, but they still are unaware that Nook is making their way in towards site and using that ability. A beautiful swing from Egg Life is going to be able to net them their first kill of this matchup. Meanwhile, the swing from Pickle needing to find this Nook. You have to go for the swing. It won't matter. Pickle has to find their kill onto Eric. They have 2 more that they will have to find. Drones being set up for the flank watch. Great way to use your players that are dead and off the board. But what is this? You have a drone set up, but no players on UBC are watching them. This could easily be a blunder. Luckily, the Maestro's not gone for the flank and they are able to watch. Regardless, they are taking their time with 1:22 to set up properly and take on this Maestro.
Maestro's a great operator in these kind of situations, so we'll see if he's able to pan this out. I mean, Egg Life has a distinct advantage because with the shield will actually push that claw right up there, pops up, goes for the shot. There's no point in shooting at that, though, of course, unless the housing is open. Whoa! Got a kill with the impact grenade, swings the corner with the Alda and picks up the second. Beautiful clutch scenario there for Champlain Blue to get one on the board.
I really like that retake from the Maestro. He used his information perfectly in contrast to his opponent, where we clearly observed that on their push-up, great idea to have the drone on the flank. But the moment you hear that impact, the moment you hear any shots in sight, that drone is now useless. Why aren't you setting that up in sight when he doesn't have the time to check it? When you can now be droning, that's free information that you could be utilizing. In addition to the shield, every single factor was stacked up against this Maestro, and they allowed him to isolate every single angle in 1v1 in that scenario. And I can understand wanting to go for the plant. But you have to set yourself up for that. You have to set yourself up to pressure the plant. Just the thought of them planting was enough there for the Maestro to push up.
Oh, definitely. I mean, It was it's an interesting play, honestly, from the anchor player, and a good heads-up play in general. I mean, that's basically what you want to see from the person who's put in that kind of position. Again, UBC Esports, I mean, they did kind of come out swinging, and there are a couple of notes here on the Champlain Blue side of things that I think they need to work on a little bit. One of those being just a general hesitancy, I think, to take gunfights. That's something that we've seen, and one of the things that puts the Maestros play apart on that last stage was that the hesitancy wasn't there. They were taking gunfights actively. They weren't really slowing down. And you'll notice, you know, it's a bit different maybe for like Zork on the Roam on the Oryx. We see him kind of pre-checking corners and then getting slotted immediately thereafter because he's sort of giving away his position. So something that Champlain Blue could definitely work on as this match progresses.
Definitely, and good use of the forest from Matt, and we're seeing a lot of variation in operators, and I'm a huge fan of that, Corbeck, because it's showing that on both these teams that they're able to adapt and they're able to try something new. But I think it's allowing for this match to constantly not get to that point where it feels stagnant, like we're seeing the same thing over and over again. So although this is the third time that we're seeing this third floor or second floor site attempted, there's still a very new aspect on each team to look and diagnose, with Eggs properly getting in position. Bandit charges are going to be tricked on the top end, causing time to refrag them. Crucial shots being missed by Nico. They'll have to go and try to contest this Ella, who, once again, look at this. Just like you said, Corbeck, a little bit of hesitancy with these gunfights. But on the defensive end, on the Roam, it might be better just to play it back a little bit more. Zernik is going to be able to find the opening frag for Champlain onto Egg Life. He was situated inside of Skylight. So that opens up a lot of frags, and they'll be able to find a second kill. I don't know where that was onto, but that's your floors off the board as well. And just like that, those two initial frags are absolutely huge ones, because the remaining players are going to have a lot more of a difficult time actually getting into a position to assault the site.
I mean, I'll be honest, this has been an interesting match, or this particular round has been interesting to watch. As a triple kill, by the way, comes down for Kernex, who's just been feasting. And the jump out to end it. Okay, Champlain Blue, I see you. A little bit of style points right there. Some ranked move for your evening's viewing pleasure. I was gonna say, I mean, I think that it does seem, you know, over these last two rounds that Champlain Blue is heating up a little bit. They're going to be getting a little bit more comfortable. Specifically, though, that situation with the Ella, I think, yeah, that was a very good example. You're right, Binks, of the kind of hesitancy right there. Your opponent botched that gunfight, right? Like, absolutely botched it. You should be able to kind of take advantage of that in that scenario, not necessarily retreat back, maybe pick up a different position. And on the side of UBC, the way in which that was handled, that immediate aggressive push to follow up the fallback, I just don't know if I necessarily agree with that as a good strategy for handling roamers, right? Because it's too easy to be lured into a sightline, lured into a trap. It's better to kind of call some of your teammates and coalesce on a position when you get an obvious reveal like that. But I digress. On to the next round, switching over down to the staff meeting area. And this is a good, I think, defensive lineup they're running, but they have basically sacrificed any idea of real hard breach denial here with this setup.
5 seconds to go.
What I'm curious, we're talking about lack of hard breach denial. What about lack of hard breach, Corbeck? Where yes, you have 4 of the secondary hard breach devices, but you have to be in a key position to actually set those up, and half the time it gives them a lot of time to adjust and be ready. Not to mention the fact that Asami can properly plug those holes if they're in the right position to set up for that. So very interesting. Flora's drone will be able to cook its way all the way into the middle of sight, and that's going to be wreaking absolute havoc on the defenses. And especially when you haven't set up properly to deal with hard breach, that's the last thing you want, the gadgets that you do have being picked off the board.
Yeah, very true. And, we look at the drone economy really quick. I don't think it's been particularly disastrous here for UBC. They're managing to keep their intel in play. But similarly, a lot of the base cameras still up here for the defensive side as well, which is a benefit to a team that really has shown a propensity for roams. Pickle here, lucky to get out of this one alive. It will not be the case. Eric actually coming up on the backside and securing the kill. Eric going for 2 right there, just dominating this top floor. And why you would rotate up when you just saw your teammate get slotted. I don't know. I don't think that's a particularly wise strategic move, all things considered. That should have been verboten at the top of those stairs. But now down to a 3v5, you've lost your vertical control, you're losing your horizontal control. Just not good across the board right here.
Oh, make that a 2v5 now is Spacebar, also who loves cats, is going to be able to collect their kill onto Bean. Meanwhile, Zernik is down holding blue stairs. This is a good angle to hold into sight because the moment they go for the push, it's a quick rotate. However, you have to be aware of the pitfalls. And that is going to be first the beepers when you push up, which will give away your position, and second the skylight that can immediately flip onto your location. Quick push in. The Ionage drone will be shot out by Kami, forcing their rotate. Here comes the drop with the nade. They'll get picked out right away. Nade won't even be able to connect. They'll be able to shoot at the Goyo canister, halting the push from Kami. But that doesn't matter because they're not trying to push in right now. They're just trying to spray and find as many frags as they can. Nickname able to find Zernik now. All left at Kami. Spraying with that R4C. But not the R4C. Oh my goodness, the carbine. Oh my goodness, Corbeck, I can't even speak. But regardless, doesn't matter if I can speak because they are able to shoot on the side of UVC and they'll be able to win the tertiary bomb site.
Yes, the carbine. What is that? 1416C or 416C?
Yeah.
I want to say. Heckler and
Not
Koch.
R4. They sound so similar.
Am I allowed to tie it to a specific gun company? Because they didn't. But yeah, no. Anyway. Moving on, talking about the game. One of the things that we like to say, right, is the defenses should be adaptable. Adaptable defense is very good, and you got to respond to what your enemy is doing. You can't just play static because if you play static, it's easier to break you down. Yada yada yada. Champlain Blue was definitely trying to play a responsive defense right there. It's just the manner in which they were responding was not good. They just kept filtering players upstairs. Like they lost 2 people just walking back upstairs when you'd already kind of sacrificed that area. And I'm not saying you shouldn't maybe attempt to retake territory that you've lost, but I think there is a point in time at which you have to accept that your, zone of control has shrunk and you have to plan accordingly. They just didn't do that right there.
I think the key word there is what a lot of my elementary school teachers like to say to me, Corbeck. Time and place. Time and place, Zayden. And I think I think that's a very good example right there because there's a time and place to go for the flank. The time is not when they immediately pushed up. And yes, 3 seconds for relevant info, but if you're going for relevant info, Corbeck, it is imperative that you already have the angle, you're already able to quickly peek out. That relevant info doesn't even go for the pick, because they have time to rotate and they have 3 seconds to respond, and that is more than enough. Oh! Nearly missing on the shots onto Camby. That wasn't even the player that was jumping over. Regardless, Spacebar is going to be moving over onto the Warden, and I think that's a good pick, but there's only 1 set of flash. Oh, sorry, 2 sets of flashes, Corbeck. I don't know how much it's going to work out for them.
Indeed, Eric here now peeking through some holes. This Doc Rook combo, I think we've mentioned it before, is something that has become increasingly popular. It's had a bit of a rough start, but still very potent. Egg Life on that long angle, holding it down. These face peeks, Binks, are giving me anxiety, man, because this is a very dangerous way to play Rainbow Six Siege. And they're benefiting a little bit by the fact that UBC just isn't bringing these shots down. But if you continue to play a style like this, you will be in trouble. Speaking of peaks, by the way, look at what NECC has set up right here. That is a long angle. Thank you, Observer, so you can get the full impact of what that looks like right there. And anybody who steps out around that corner is cruising for a shoot right there. Let's see if he can pick it off. No, he can't. He sends him sailing over the head of Kernex, who learned a valuable lesson.
Well, there's always a lesson to be learned, especially when shots are not hit. So, regardless, there's still something to work off of. Spacebar's learning something because they know exactly how to peek out when their phone is ringing. They're not distracted by any of those notifications. So, regardless, they're able to push up, hold the 90 corridor, especially by second floor elevators. This will allow for UBC Esports to continue to hold these long and give Egg Life the comfort in knowing that they're able to swing out a lot more comfortably. But they have to be very mindful of those peaks, especially when there's about to be an exothermic charge right behind you. Watch out for that peak. They're going to the prone angle. Of course, the debris might be able to help them out. Cammy, 1 shot away, and it could be their end. They have to find one of these players. Egglife also on the ground waiting for it, but it all is a matter of where they've looked. It's going to be Egglife to come out on top. Eric on the other side of the map is going to do the collect onto that long angle play. And now, just like that, the 5v4 is turning into 4v2, favoring UBC. Spray out from the Zofia. Pickle will eventually fall to Nico. Now all left up to Bean. They're outside in second floor hallway looking at the janitor's closet. Trying to find it. They still have not isolated that long angle. Spray out, not able to land their shots, just leaning at the wrong time. And Spacebar with that SMG-12 long shot is going to land it.
Good cleanup right there on the tail end from UBC Esports. Round 8 now, 5-2 on the board. So things looking up for them, I would say, in general. It's always hard, right, when you switch off of the defensive side and go over to the attack. I think most people would genuinely agree that the attack is the more difficult side most of the time, right? Like, I don't think that's a controversial statement. The problem here for Champlain Blue is they didn't even have that strong of a defensive half, so they're really kind of backs against the wall here as they try and work their way through the attack. They had some good ideas. I am not going to say that it was, all bad across the board, but just never enough things where it really felt like they were in serious danger of actually making this work.
I think you put that a really good way, where it wasn't being isolated. And I will admit, Corvick, I was very hesitant when I saw that second floor defense to come out first. Because, as you mentioned on the first half, it's about finding your footing. I feel like that second floor doesn't allow that, but UBC monopolized a lot of the angles on that second floor. And I'm interested to see how they will go about a site now in the basement where you can't monopolize angles. You have your site, you have to stick right onto that, and if you don't, then chances are they'll be able to take it right out of your hands.
It's very fair. I mean, it's not a great bomb site. I stick by that assessment. And the fact that they were able to they navigated it fine. Like, let's be honest. So now we're on to the basement, a lot more comfortable site. Interesting displacement here though from the UBC team. They've actually got Castle playing that long sight line, and that's something you can't forget if you're attacking on this map. Anytime you repel on that front side, you are vulnerable from that lobby angle. It's interesting, by the way, that was Spacebar's only play for that position. He immediately peels out and heads the opposite direction. Mad Sheba kind of being left for, I guess, the primary point of contact roamer right here, who's looking for a target for the nitro cell, but nobody seems to really be forthcoming. And this top-down clear from Champagne Blue is already hitting some roadblocks.
And Nico even able to narrowly spot out one of the heads of the players, but no time to take action, especially not with an SMG-11 in your hand. You would be going for that first shot, and the second one is going to be majorly inaccurate. And C4 being cooked is going to open up a hole. Meanwhile, the spray from Nico will not result in any kills. It's actually going to more or less favor the attackers as they jump down into Skylight. Good spray, not able to identify the angle of Mad Sheba, who is still alive and will take out Cammy. Spraying out, but you're getting a little bit too aggressive. You have to watch out for where these picks are coming from, and on the rotate they'll be picked off by Pickle, who will even it down to a 2v2 with a minute 15, and that is your entire roam game, ladies and gentlemen. And all given, it's actually a good trade-off for Champlain Blue because they have the ability to take this, and both the remaining players on site don't necessarily need to rotate. They're not going to be playing off a site, and you can almost guarantee that.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. And you'll see actually now pushing up into the server room are these remaining two attackers, but we've actually seen this little bit of tape before, right? This is stunningly similar to how UBC's does not so successful attack when down here when it was clutched out. There's obviously no Maestro on the board, but Bean is getting lit up. Bean got the plant down though, is now planting the bomb as well. Good cover from Pickle over the top of the Talon shield. Pickle gets clipped, but Egglife cannot confirm the kill. And this is a nigh impossible scenario here for this Jaeger to pull this off. The plant is down. The Jaeger steps up. A bit of a cautious peek. Cost one player from Champlain Blue their life. Coming around the corner and spraying is another one. Egglife going to go for the wide swing. And no, it's Bean who undercuts and gets the kill. Well played again. Apparently the magic is down here on the basement for the side of Champlain Blue.
Champlain Blue nearly had one of the biggest blunders I've seen in a while playing that site. Well, yes, you are able to confirm that you have the extra areas available to play where you have to know where the Jaeger's pushing from. I don't understand. You said cautious peek. I think that was overly cautious. I thought it was a bit of a dramatic peek, in my personal opinion. So in that regard, what I'm concerned about is why you took that peek. It wasn't necessary, and it completely negated the cross angle that you initially had. The moment that Jaeger peeks out and you know there's a gunfight going on in the Sophia, you force him to flick back towards the stairs, and I think that's a much easier gunfight to gain. So a little bit of lack of patience, but a huge clutch up on the side of the of Zork.
Oh yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. When I said a cautious peek, it was entirely too cautious. I mean, that was the end result of that was you peek so slowly that you just kind of get picked off, because it would, take someone not being able to see, right, to not notice you slip around the corner like that. So not so hot. Still, UBC Esports does really feel like they're in the driver's seat here. They're going to go back down to basement. I don't disagree with this decision at all. The Champlain Blue attack, despite them salvaging at the end, was still a very kind of chaotic beast, and I don't expect to see that change here. The only advantage that Champlain Blue might have if they use their drones correctly is a little bit more forewarning of where these particular operators from UBC Esports are hiding, because the shift in positioning, especially for Mad Shiba, not that significant.
Time ticking down here on our 9th round of play. UBC leading 3-5. I feel like this is going to be a crucial round for Champlain, because they need to make sure that they secure the momentum that they're looking for. Pickle is going to be possibly the first to fall, put into the down but not out stage. So good positioning. C4 will be kicked up. And there's your confirmed kill onto Pickle. Goodbye to the Zofia, as well as one of your very aggressive peekers that we've seen, and also the top frag, nevertheless, for Champlain. So not the best start if you are rooting for CCE. But regardless, I digress, Corbeck, because we still have a minute 35, and as proven in that previous round, every single one of these players can clutch up.
They can. Obviously, I don't think they want to be in situations where they're forced into that kind of scenario, but clutching up is something they can do. Mad Shiba still in this position. Spacebar. Now, that's a little bit of adaptation. They're not getting surprised by Spacebar hanging out in the archive office area at all. Spacebar just going to fall back here, getting hunted by 2 members of Champlain Blue. This is not a bad defensive position. He's trying to take each gunfight individually. The UMP-45 ripping right there, but nobody getting the kill the opposite direction. Mad Shiba, though, if they close this gap, they'll actually get some kills, and certainly they do. Kernex walking right into the gun site. A failure of comms right there on the side of the Champlain Blue attackers, and now you're staring down the barrel of a 2 and 5.
Sorry, Corbett, can you just tell me where the site is?
Yeah, I know, right? They're playing this
in the
so
basement.
far up. Yeah, no, I know.
It's in the basement. We have not seen a single minute of play over to this basement. That's a triple kill for Mad Shiba, who has been able to play in the pockets and make that 4 for a flawless round for UBC. And that is an extreme show of force. Bring them on to match point.
It was actually starting to look okay there for a moment for Champlain Blue, but when they failed to make the read on the looky-loo there from the Capcan, I think that was all where it went downhill. The minute that they lost their OSA player, I think it was Zork, the minute that they went down, that should have been, 5 alarms out. That's a crossfire, stop pursuing, et cetera, et cetera. And funny enough, this is something that I talked about when we watched UBC kind of sprint off chasing after a defender. I said that you can get caught out really easily by that, and then we had a perfect illustration of it actually by the side of Champlain Blues. So a bit unfortunate for them. Match point now. I don't see how UBC can necessarily mess this up, but I guess, even a broken clock is necessarily right twice a day, so perhaps Champlain Blue will come ripping back into this.
Well, Quebec, it can be right more than twice depending on the time zone. If you send this clock on a plane, like a broken clock on a plane, in the perfect amount of time zones, or theoretically in the perfect time, perfect speed, that clock could be right constantly.
Attackers are
You're
in that
correct.
case, we're getting into a little bit of a philosophy lesson right here. regardless, we're gonna see less about the philosophical and more about the physical with what will actually be manifested in this round by UBC as well as Champlain, because one team has their backs against the wall and one team is playing extremely confidently to the point where these extensions are starting to feel like they're a part of the site, Corbeck.
They do start to feel like they're a bit of a site, and you know, it's weird actually. I almost feel like this is a defensive site that they feel a little bit more comfortable with because it seems like more of the team is involved. I'm not going to say that UBC didn't look comfortable on basement, because they did, but so much of that fighting, as you pointed out, was really basically two guys on the top floor who were doing the majority of the heavy lifting. This is much more kind of everybody sort of stepping up into the breach here. You see Eric taking these really aggro peaks, and you know, that's definitely an operator that can do that. The Doc has the ability with his own revive, with a 200 HP overshield pistol. He can take these aggressive gun plays, which is one of the reasons why he's become a little bit more popular. Unfortunately, they're not able to stem the tide of the entries here by Champlain Blue.
Regardless, even if you push back, the beautiful thing about this second floor site is when you give up that territory, you have another checkpoint. I feel like I'm playing operations in Battlefield, because you constantly have those different checkpoints to play. And exactly like you mentioned, Doc had that angle earlier. They had to push back, now they're taking it from a different one. Great use of the map and great use of angles inside of UBC, especially from Eric. But regardless, Matt is down below. They'll make their presence known at a minute 15 in the round, causing a little bit of havoc for the attacks of Champlain. And there's two huge kills, both from the MP5, as it will go down to a 2v5. Favoring the side of UBC, but 2v4 is Zernik has something to say about it. Eric on a double kill, make that a heater of a triple kill. And that will be a good half for UBC, as they'll win it out 7-3 on a very convincing defending half.
Yeah, very convincing is how I would put it. You know, they had a couple of moments there where things looked a little bit shaky, but overall, they looked like the more dominant side. They were making the plays. They were not hesitant in taking their gunfights most of the time, maybe like one or two critical examples. But the biggest issue for their opponents here, Champlain, is just I think it's just a confidence issue. I really just see it writ over and over again. They just don't want to take gunfights, and when they do take gunfights, they take them in a very kind of hesitant manner, and the end result is that they get punished quite heavily for it. So, I mean, if there's one thing they can improve on, I think it's that for these maps going ahead.
I see exactly what you're saying there, and I think they will have a nice little break to roll their shoulders back, have a nice little pep talk, and say, yes, we're still in this. We're going to our map of Oregon next. So, with that being said, let's give them their 5-minute break. We'll take ours, and we'll see you in 5. I got it. Welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six Siege. We just had a riveting first map on Bank. Whoa, it feels like so long ago. That 5-minute break will really do a number on you. But we have Champlain, who is going to be going to their map pick next, and it's going to be Oregon. And they have selected the side, or they have gotten the side of attack. So lots to unpack there, Corbeck, and a lot of different things we have to worry about, including a ban phase.
Yeah, indeed, and something I often say about Oregon for situations like this with teams that are kind of with their back against the wall, sometimes going to maps that are comfort picks, like Oregon, it is a comfort pick. That can actually be quite beneficial, right? Because it's a map that you know you've got all your assignments down pat, or you should have all your assignments down pat, and you can kind of fall back into a rhythm, get a little bit of confidence going, which I think would be very important for Champagne Blue. The problem is it also applies to the winners as well, right? Like UBC, they're coming into this, they're on the defense. There is no surprises here for them. They know exactly what to expect from an attacker. So it's always a bit of a constant push and pull between those two factors here on this map.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with the push and pull, but for UBC, they've been the trendsetter, especially on their defensive end last game, where Champlain were, yes, they weren't confident on defense, but they weren't able to gain any traction on their attack. They weren't setting the tone. So, oh, that's rough. I'm sorry. That's a complete target ban to Champlain, but good research from UBC. But regardless, yeah. Oh my goodness. Honestly, Corbeck, that Warden man. I think that we know that for an absolute fact that Cammy is absolutely weeping right now because they are a devoted Warden player.
I feel like they'll be able to work through it, my good man. I'm not I won't be shedding any tears for them on the other side. They do, after all, start on the defense. It's a big advantage. Sorry you lost Warden, but they're just gonna run constant Ying now. That would be the really funny thing. But I don't think we're gonna see that as Champlain Blue. Looking at UBC's defensive setup here, they are bringing the Valkyries. So they're already going to go in for that right out the gate. They've got the zombie in here too. Rook making yet another appearance. The Kaid to round it out. On the other side, they need something to deal with those Kaid Electro Claws. Nothing in their lineup right now is really capable of doing it. So they're going to need some portable EMP grenades unless they want to run a Thatcher. And that obviously means that they're going to have to restrict their utility a little bit, assuming these are the operators that they're going to stick with, which it looks like they will be doing so.
I've not seen that Valkyrie cam in a long time, Corbeck, and I think that should be able to collect just the right amount of information, because if Eric is able to maneuver himself or get a player down below, that is one of those angles where you can actually play with a C4. However dangerous it is. But regardless, Spacebar is going to be holding down Attic as well. So regardless of all these pings, it gives them a lot of free time to rotate with 3 players stacked up onto the side of Master, and that EMP device will not be able to find the Kaid Electro Claw, which I believe has been placed in the top. That second one will be able to do its job, and it should be able to disable for just the right amount of time for both to work out. Zernik also able to find the first frag of this second map, as Egg Life will be relegated to the bench for the rest of the game.
Well, it's starting off at a brisk 4-4 here. Champlain has actually managed to breach the closet wall, which is a good accomplishment for them. Mad Shiba, they're lucky to get out of that one alive. That Rook armor perhaps coming in clutch right there. Kernex goes down. The kills just continue to trade. 3-3 now on the board. Nicodeem here playing off of the game's wall, checking down towards the games are in breach. My apologies. And now Pickle pushing up into Trophy, taking some very aggressive positions indeed. Apparently that hesitation not carrying over here to this border match.
Spacebar is going to be able to pick themselves right back up. This allows them to be back in the play and go for possibly a crucial Nitro C4, but it will not come into fruition. That's just going to sit up top. NECC is able to bring the man advantage to their part. Eric to stack right onto that with a beautiful headshot onto Bean, leaving it all left up to Pickle, who is oftentimes finding themselves in these very undesirable situations that people like sort of leave them in. But regardless, NECC will be able to find that frag.
And and so be it. That'll be how they wrap it up here at the tail end of the round. UBC probably has the advantage starting in that position. They did a good job of reacting to what their opponents were doing, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think Champlain Blue actually got a little bit farther than UBC might have expected. Getting that closet open so early, even if they weren't able to really capitalize off the gap, I mean, that's a good thing for them to do. Unfortunately, the attack felt a little too one-dimensional there. It just didn't have the variety of angles they need, and if they try and come at this basement site with another really one-dimensional push like that, I just do not rate their chances of doing particularly well here.
I think a key point that we should be looking for is control a pillar this round, and assuming that we see a push through tarps as well as big tower. But pillar seems to be one of those angles that, if left alone, UBC will use quite critically, as it bears a lot of resemblance to the second floor elevators angle that we saw 90 next to Banana. Hopefully you guys all know exactly what I'm talking about on second floor bank. But regardless, it provides the exact same type of push where you have to look to up rather than down, as well as those long angles. Oh no! Good night. Oh, good night to the Finka. You cannot adrenaline burst that one, and hopefully they're not getting too much of tactical discussion.
Oh my. Somebody making their voice known, that's fair. Deserved, perhaps. Poor Bean getting absolutely schwacked at the start of that. They've got the Sens in here too. I'm genuinely quite interested to see how they make use of those Sens or what are they called? Barricades. I forgot. There's a name that the community adopted. I just see him played so little that I can't remember what it was called. Any ideas, Binks?
Nope. You got. I need a second quarterback. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine, man. You take your second. You collect yourself from the gem of comedy that we have mined here tonight. And we'll see what they can do here. I'll tell you what, though, that early pick has really made things uncomfortable for Champlain Blue. That hesitance has come right back into the equation. And, well, they know that somebody's up there. Does Matt Sheba? Oh, that's a good little Twitch drone play. Matt Sheba running for the exits. Immediately, the Nitro Cell goes sent up the breach, but nobody there to collect, and that's unfortunate. Good bit of play and a good recovery from what would have been a very panicky situation.
Moving word around, Mad is also going to be able to narrowly avoid a few more gunshots from Pickle, who's spraying up, looking for the... Not a Rooney. Oh, my goodness. But looking for Eric, who's playing on middle tower stairs. And it's a lot of these small angles, these incomplete gunfights, Corbeck, that has led to this final round of play being so tense for the Champlain Blue attackers. They're going to have to force their way into extremely contested points and not be ready for key angles that Mad is holding, that Eric is holding, as Dork will now fall, that Eric is holding again inside of Freezer. But regardless, Zernik will be able to deny the flawless round as they will go for an aggressive drop in towards Laundry. Grab a quick shot onto Nico, and now they have 3 more to find. Do they know about the flank from Egg? And they do not, as UBC will be able to win their second consecutive round, and a chaotic one at that.
Chaotic is probably the right word there, if we're being honest with ourselves. It was a little bit all over the place from the very beginning when we had that very kind of stark and sudden kill to start things off, and then it all just sort of felt like it was downhill from there in terms of what they were really able to do on the side of Champlain Blue. And I'll be honest with you here, Binks. Starting off on the attack, I think, is not exactly the kiss of death per se, but I think it's definitely making things significantly harder for the folks over there at Champlain. And we have yet, I think, really to see if they're going to be able to recover from a rough start. And it's really in their best interest, and I know this sounds self-evident, but it really is in their best interest. They have to at least pick up 2 rounds here on this attack. If they can't pick up 2 rounds, I despair for their ability to carry this map out to their satisfaction.
Well, regardless, Corbeck, I think these players have the opportunity at least to prove themselves.
Seconds left.
On this tertiary bomb site, though, what I absolutely must see is proper use of the Azami
Attackers objective.
to, not Azami, sorry, Osa, to be able to properly secure the angles and isolate this vertical play. Now, the Frost Mats are being taken by Mad Shiva, and I feel bad for Zernik because they are definitely going to have to look out, because that is probably one of their biggest concerns, is watching out for those Frost Mats. But regardless, look down, check those angles, and most importantly, Corbeck, talk. If you're going for a frag, it's not that, oh, I died, now go for the kill. It's, I'm going for this frag, back me up. Because they need to start going for these gambles. They need to start going for these breakout plays, because it's becoming too stagnant.
Yeah, I agree in the sense that the stagnation is killing them. And again, it's a very one-dimensional assault, and this is something that I talked about in the last 2 rounds. It's continuing here. This is not a beneficial way to attack. They've set up so many guns on this side. The flanks are so vulnerable. They're going to get in here, Binks, but are they going to be able to secure kills? This is stacking up so many bodies. Kami taking huge damage right there, still alive. This, by the way, should be a wake-up call to the rest of the UBC team that they need to get back here and help Nicodeme, and they certainly can, as they do manage to get Kami down here on the defense. Pickle playing off of the Talon Shield, and this is what I'm talking about, things. Look at how quickly the pocket has collapsed here on Champlain Blue. They just get cleaned up from multiple different angles. This is why one-dimensional attacks are a very risky business.
Okay, let's take a look at this. I want to work in reverse here, because they tried to go direct. They basically skipped a few steps. So, essentially what we have to see in that scenario is once they push up, they want to take control of living, or dining in this case. To get control of dining, we have to clear a small tower. That's a quick drone work. You see that no one's there. Now, if you want to properly be able to push now onto site, there's a few steps you have to take. Now you're going to have to clear out bedroom stairs. Once bedroom stairs is cleared out, you can look towards second floor. And oh, what's this? We have a hatch that is now open inside of site. How do we isolate those angles? Well, it looks like we're going to have to clear up above. Once we clear up above, we can now establish that this firm part overlapping top section of the map is ours. And we're able to now move our push towards site. And what's this? We have the added benefit of vertical play inside of Kid's bedroom. So now with all these angles combined, it forces the if Nico, who was playing inside a kitchen last round, to have to play farther and farther back. And the farther back you are as a defender, your guns are not made for those long-range engagements. They are made for the attackers, thus putting them in an even more advantageous position.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Fair enough. This is not a great situation for Champlain Blue. You're 0-3. The last round was frankly disastrous. I mean, I would hate to see them get bogged down here and not be able to put up any rounds on the attack. But I'll be honest, I think the Spectre, that particularly grim Spectre, is looming large over this matchup. Mad Shiva here, this is going to be a very aggressive peek. It could very well work. Oh my god, dude! Oh! It wasn't a good plan, and they stopped it, and then Bean gave them one for free, and that is about as tragic as it gets here in Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, you gotta weep some real man tears for that one, but great cross pick, as Pickle's live will be saved by Zernik over on the Ash. Meanwhile, Nico has to do God's work right here, repelling this attack. Once again, it seems like Nico's at the forefront of every single one of these assaults on the side of UBC. They being cooked out, spacebar to be able to jump out right of the way with those cat-like reflexes, but they'll be able to keep on swinging out, trying to find just even that little headshot, that little tiny bit of damage that will just kick Pickle or Zork to the ground.
This is where the multi-dimensional attack would be beneficial, because you're not all filtering in through trophy, which is how you get situations like Pickle just getting laid out. And here you go, Zork, hopefully gonna kind of maybe take some of the pressure off that front line. Certainly, Nicodeme being forced to somewhat respond to that. Zork's health is so low here, though, as Kurnik steps up and just annihilates that Azami barricade. Now we're in a 2v2 situation as Spacebar continues to just camp this angle. Zork gets the kill, Spacebar gets Zork. Yeah. Shades of Bank when they were all filtering up the stairs, Banks. That's all I can say. They found a new doorway and a new set of stairs for which to filter. And Spacebar, he's had a wonderful, jolly old time cleaning those kills up. But is he going to know if Bean rotates around? And it does look like he's been made aware that they could see a push coming from the dorm stairs.
The other thing is he has to shoot out any sort of Gemini replicator. And there's the barricade as well, shooting out. That's a lot of notifications. But what's this? There is still 2 EE1Ds in the pocket, forcing Spacebar to stay still or risk giving away the jump that he has on his opponent. I love this. 20 seconds and he's going to go for the drone. Great effort shooting the clone. Not the best idea to go for. But 3-0, Spacebar does not want to even hesitate here. They will put the shit out, giving away their location. 8 seconds. They have to push. You better start spraying. They're looking the wrong way. They have every single thing they need, and that's going to be a 4K for Spacebar, winning it out for UBC.
Well, it was a classic 1v1 scenario there at the end. The time pressure on the attacker, the defender holding basically all the cards there, Binks, and how they wanted to dictate the tempo of that engagement. And, you know, I'll make a note that's not really about that final clash, because a 1v1 is a 1v1 at the end of the day. But the Lion, I really think Bean should not have had 2 pings left by the time that they reach there. Those are utilities that you want to use. You don't want to be in a situation like that. Now, admittedly, the deaths came maybe a little bit fast and furious there, but really you want to use those before you're in a situation like that. And, you know, obviously this is something that Champlain Blue needs to work on. Their pathing for their attacks is really bogging them down on Oregon. It's just entirely too singular focused, and it's entirely too predictable. So that's a valuable lesson for them to learn from this match for sure.
Time ticking down on the prep phase of this 5th round. Champlain Blue struggling to find any ground in this second match.
5 seconds to go.
Mad looking for possibly a different approach to be played, maybe even a drone, as Zork will even be able to find a new friend in the shape of a drone. So I can see not too much shaping up here on Oregon currently, except Mad is actually going to be adopting this very aggressive in deep roam inside a small tower. If there's a lack of droning up on the 2nd level, this can be perfect and great use. Oh, even catching a Twitch drone. So great info gathering here, and I think this could be an absolute highlight play for Mad as they just have to wait out their time, shooting at the drone. The Roni has limited ammo. You got to be very mindful of this pick. And now they have to contend with how much utility they can snag off. They have the C4. Watch out for the window, and nope, that's going to be the worst case scenario if you're rooting for UBC, as that is one of your roamers off the board and not able to collect as much as you would have once hoped. Next over on the roam game is going to be Eric, who was relatively left unchecked in the previous round. And had they opened that window even a second sooner, perhaps Mad wouldn't be able to make a lot larger of an impact on the round. But I digress, Corbeck, as this roam clear is well underway and it's looking to shape up to be one of the better ones.
Yeah, it is. Oh, what are we doing here? We're playing juggling C4s, or not C4s, juggling claim. Okay. I guess we get the first one.
If one's not enough, I guess 2 should be the trick.
I don't think they teach that one in the United States military deployment of those particular mines, but whatever. It's, you know, I'll give it a shot. I'll try anything once. As we see Nicodeme here trying to get a kill, and he finds it. Zork is brought down with the SMG-11. And this is a slow attack from Champlain Blue, probably one of the slower ones over the last couple of rounds, really taking their time to build this up. And as a result, I almost feel like UBC is getting a little bit itchy. Thankfully, Kernex is here to scratch that itch by swinging wide on the freezer and firing the FAMAS over in the general direction of where you see Spacebar hiding. And he's now cruising for a shoot. He's next on the bullet list here, and he's getting caught in a crossfire as well. Poor Kernex, this is not a good place to be, but it's Eric who strikes next by taking down Bean.
Egg will finally be able to collect onto Zernik as Cammy is now setting into the icebox. Don't let your hands get too cold because you need to be ready to flick because you have angles from every side. Spacebar to win that out with the Vector. Good fight at Cammy and all left up to Pickle. He was stuck upstairs trying it desperately to contend with the smoke of Nico. Toxic canister being spread out, and Eric who has somehow joined the party. Oh, it might have been Eric that entire time. I don't know where that smoke canister came from. But regardless, phenomenal round from UBC, and they will be able to take it up 5-0, mirroring Champlain Blues' current scoreline, record in the season.
Well, it was good play actually by UBC to wholly respond to what Champlain Blue was doing. There was that hesitation again on the side of Champlain Blue. UBC Esports read that and they jumped right into the gap. There was no hesitation on their side. They took aggressive gunfights, and unfortunately, because Champlain was so slow to build up, I just feel like their attack routes again became very predictable. You look at what we saw with Kurdex getting trapped in Freezer. That's a classic Rainbow Six Siege, like, not good scenario, right? To get caught in that specific crossfire. And again, credit to UBC for reading their opponents like a book and for not hesitating to really work the angles that they knew were going to maximize value.
Final round of UBC's defensive half, proving once again. I'm sorry. Did they lose any of their defensive rounds on Bank?
They did. They lost 2, I want to say.
Lost 2. Yes, near the end. But yeah,
maybe
okay.
1. It was 2 or 1. I can't remember which.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. Should have written it down.
Like it felt like, oh, don't say that's on me. Now you're looking at me look bad. It was a very convincing half, nevertheless, on the side of UBC, and they're proving to have a lot more comfort here.
Oh no!
Mad also making their way. Oh ho ho!
They picked him up. They picked him up. I think. Oh. I actually don't know because he had his stealth on.
But if you can watch it, I'm not sure. Yeah, they definitely kicked by Zorg. Mad, yeah, you went for it. You went for something a little bit more interesting. Didn't pan out. Don't worry, that happens to me probably every single round of Rainbow Six Siege I've ever played in my life. But regardless, Zork is not done. They're turning on the afterburners because if there's a time to put it out there in the attacking half, it is now. They'll collect their second pick as they now move their way towards site. Using the prone angle to be able to spot out the alibi of Eric, who's still inside, and make that a triple kill for Zork. They are picking a time to come alive indeed, but that's a huge C4 from Egg. They'll collect 2, spacebar to find 1, and just like that, Gorbek, this round has flipped onto its head, and we're seeing a 2v2. Using that super shorty to open up the hash, looking for another player. It'll be Zernik to find spacebar. Egg Life has to find 2. They're stuck inside the basement. Cammy going for the plant with a minute 28 remaining. Sprinting up the basement stairs is going to be Zernik to find it as they had the identification onto that Mozzie, and a very breakout round from CCE, and a very much needed one.
Well, I got to admit, I'm glad they won that one, but it might be a little bit too late. I don't know where that Champlain Blue team has been hiding this entire time, but I think it would have been an absolute killer for morale if they hadn't managed to pull out that win. We would have been the little engine that could turned into a little transfer bus that couldn't, right there. So thank God they pulled it out, but. Again, I mean, they won that. I'll give it to them. Very aggressive attack. They cleared one roamer well. Then they just completely missed the second one. That C4 that came sailing up from the basement. That should not have secured the number of kills that it did. So, one step forward, 2 steps back. It's sort of the way things go. But there's progress, and I'll give them that.
I'd say 2 steps forward, 1 step back in that case, because
sure.
It addressed their biggest flaw this entire match, which was confidence, Corbeck. And if we actually went and diagnosed what they really needed there, was that morality boost. And I think if they continue to peak these angles with that confidence, with that information they had before, catching UBC off guard, that could be a very big TSN turning point. But we also have to look at UBC, and that is the fact that they have an Aruni on the side of Egg Life, who could definitely be looking to spring onto site.
Spring onto site, indeed. Defense is gonna go easier here on UBC, or I should say on Champlain. So if you're gonna pick up some rounds, now the time's to do it. But Egg Life is gonna play spoiler right here. Curious how they're going to work in the fuse with the Amaru. Are they gonna fuse it and then send the Amaru sailing in through the window? I think that might be the plan. And sure enough, those fuse discs come sailing out. Nobody dies, and instead it just lets everybody know that they've got a fuse. And no Amaru follow-up either. I guess they're just going to keep the Amaru waiting in that position until it's absolutely critical.
User has been dropped.
I am waiting. I am ready. This is a little bit too much anticipation. Looking up, they're going to be looking for it. Eric to find the opening kill onto Zorg down inside of Classroom. Guess there's something to be taught. Spring and trying to find the Cade, but nope. Back to Class for Egg Life as Mad will be able to confirm the kill onto Xernic. They've sprung in through double window. White Stairs will be denied. Refragged actually by Nico as they'll continue to push up. Nico will find a second one on that same angle, having to shoot out that proxy mine. Now left up to Pickle, who was last seen playing it down below, but C4 will be cooked right back on up. They're still playing on Freezer Stairs. There's a Nomad air jump that has been set up, giving Nico all the noise they need. Spring out for the headshot. UBC on to match in series points.
Oh, that was a good shot indeed to just round the corner like that and get that pick. No hesitation at all. No brakes on the UBC train here on this Oregon map. And clearly, the comfort pick is no comfort at all to Champlain Blue. Now that, as you said, match point is in the works. They'll be back to Kids Dorm's main hall for the final run. And I just don't know. Vinks, I don't know that they have a 5-map return in the works. I just can't see it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
When there's a will, there is a way. Going back up to the second floor. I don't like it. I don't like it. Not at all. I think you need to be...
Is there something else I can help with?
They're always listening.
They are always listening. Yeah, that's scary, man. That's,
I jumped.
I bet you did. I didn't jump. I just was intimidated. I wasn't sure what was going on right there. But anyway, we're back on the clock. Siri aside.
I don't think Siri has an answer for that one.
No.
Unfortunately,
That's what it sounded like. It didn't sound like a positive response.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't have too much confidence. So if Siri won't put their confidence into Champlain Blue, then I will put my confidence into them for this round, as I believe they have all the materials required to be able to net a small little mini victory in this map. But I want to highlight the operator selection that has come out on the side of UBC. Glaz playing with grenades. We have the Zofia playing for destruction, as well as Spacebar with burner flashes, I'm assuming. So no smokes to use the thermal scope, but nevertheless, it seems like they're going to be playing a very safe angle, but it won't stop Eric from coming right on alive, increasing their scoreline to 9-3, contending with Nico for that top spot. Both 9-3, who will finish the match with more kills? Find out now on the NECC.
Well, Bean is already down, which puts a bit of a damper on any hopes that Champlain Blue might have. But again, probably the most expendable operator in this lineup realistically. So if they can keep some of the others alive, that'll do them some good. And Pickle picking off Egg Life early on. Again, a good pick on the entry right there. And the grenade comes sailing in. Mad Chiba follows it up. And it's an all-points assault here. Nicodeme trying to rush in with the glass. And despite what you may have heard, he may be the best rush operator in the game, but he's not in this particular circumstance. Eric up here now with Spacebar pushing their way forward in the technically a 2v2. The Frost map there securing one of those downs. And you'll actually see Pickle slowly working their way back up as Eric goes for the round around the corner. Well, work caught from the stairs. Spacebar gets the flag down.
What?
What? No, Pickle.
What? Where's the report? Max D, I need a report.
Oh my
That's 3
God.
in one game. 3 team kills in one game. Get him out of here. All jokes aside, a gut-wrenching game to watch. I don't know what to say to that one, Corbic, if I'm being completely honest. A big blowout from UBC, and definitely the impact they were looking to make, giving them the 4-2 win-loss.
That's like top 10 saddest Rainbow Six Siege moments. I don't know, man. That just...
You know what? You know what? There's some positives there.
Oh.
Technically,
Yeah.
although it doesn't show on the scoreboard, Bean got their frag.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh, Jesus. All right, look, it was a rough match here tonight for Champlain. The last thing that I want to say is that they should be discouraged, right? Like the pieces are there, and they definitely had some good plays tonight. Let's not forget we saw a Champlain player. I think it was actually Pickle who did that, made a little boo-boo there at the end, but we did actually see Pickle come vaulting out of a window on Bag to secure a rappel kill. So we know that they can be flashy when they want to. I think the main takeaway for them here absolutely has to be the confidence issue, the hesitation, and then second on the list is communication. If you get better communication on your side, we saw a couple of key moments here on both Bank and Oregon where there was obviously some sort of communication breakdown and they got punished for it. And I think if they can improve those two things, I think the team overall will improve. Third on the list, obviously going to be more multi-dimensional attacks, but UBC has to be happy with what they saw here tonight, Binks. They got a good win. They're 2-5 now. That's going to make them feel, better about their season.
Yeah, I want to really go and diagnose some of the things that we saw, especially the strength that we saw from UBC today. Going over to Bank, of course, a little bit of a rocky start where they weren't initially able to find their ground. Champlain really showed that they had something to fight for. But once they got their traction, once they started to pick up speed, especially on that attacking half, monopolizing long gun fights, being able to take parts of the map, especially isolating the roam to be able to secure every single part they need to secure the entire site, then they moved over to the defensive end, and I think that was a complete blowout. I think my favorite round this entire series from UBC was their basement defense, where they were able to hold almost entirely from the creative angles they opened up on the second floor all the way through, I believe, Stock, as well as Tellers. Is it called Tellers on this map? I've always called it Tellers,
Yeah.
But regardless, it's a very well-played, well-maneuvered second floor defense. Yeah. But I also want to talk about a little bit about the flaws, Corbett, because we saw a few occasions where the Maestro, where they weren't using their drones efficiently, where yes, drone economy was okay, but constant information was not there. So yes, when it's comfortable, when everything's working properly, then you can play Rainbow Six Siege without those drones. But as soon as you take on an opponent who's able to maneuver into your pockets when you're not watching them, that's something that UBC has to watch out for. And if they are able to correct that, I see them making a very good run in the season, even though they're down 2-4.
Yeah, I think that's all fair criticism and fair advice as well. And hopefully both these teams do gain something important out of this experience. That's what we're here for at the NEC. But speaking of being the NECC, this is our last Rainbow Six Siege match of the day and of the week. Thank you, Banks, for joining us. Thank you, our producer and our cameraman, who are phoning in from the European side of things. So we appreciate you guys trucking in on a late night here. I personally am going to go need to maybe sage my computer area, get one of those like singing bowls or something to cleanse everything at the end of that last round. But hopefully for the rest of you at home, you're a little less traumatized. And from all of us here at the NECC, thank you so much for tuning in and have a wonderful evening.